just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it! Yeah!
Wow, Kurt Angle.
Keep the change.
Thanks. Whoa, what's gotten into this pizza? Hey, come on.
They square off. Tomato drop kicks. Pepper scoops him into an airplane spin. Big slam. Pizza outlet. The taste that screams fresh.
Oh, man, that was beautiful.
Candy flipping charts and graphs. I'm your boss, you can kiss my ass. You're not getting what you want from me. I'm a beef wizard, young, wild, and free. I'm typing shit really fast. Not an icon in a Wakanda class. Power sliding in my Chevrolet. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my way. Beep, I'm a beef wizard, get out of my way. I'm a beep wizard, get out of my way. I'm a beep wizard, get out of my way. Wizard, get out of my way. Wizard, get out of my way. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my blood. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my blood. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my blood. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my blood. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my blood. I'm a beef wizard, get out of my blood. I'm a beef wizard, get
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. It's episode 248. Yeah. I am your host, Phil S. Marks. And today, on today's show, we are watching Dynamite Live, a 3-hour go-home show. Pourquoi? I don't know. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe Lex has got an answer.
I don't know!
Me neither, bud. I don't know why you would do, again, another 3-hour go-home show before a pay-per-view. It's absurd. It's self-indulgent. It is what it is, though. So am I. Who am I to who am I to hate over here? No. Listen. So, we have today also Brock Lesnar unretired. We also have Mick Foley doing it all for the cash, man. Right? Shout out Gangstar, I think, right? So Mick Foley, you know, he is also all elite now. We're going to talk about that. We have some miscellaneous news. We have some TNA news. We have ratings wars, all of that and more this evening, guys. So let's dive headfirst into Phil Marks' bookmarks for some light news. And guys, oh yes, this reminds me here, Ray J's World has been a member for 11 months, pal. That's almost 1 year. Thank you so much. And if you guys want to support, become a member for 99 cents. I do weekly bonus shows, and I think we're just going to watch Raw. Last one just was ridiculous. We were watching a little bit too much old WWE content, I think. And then Memba Monday, this Monday, I think we're going to go back to watching Raw. I think it's been like a few weeks since we've watched Raw, so we'll do that. But every Monday I do a members only show, or Patreons as well get access. You guys already know what's up. And I'm also live on like Kick. So check me out if you guys enjoy Kick. I've been streaming all the live shows there. So if anything gets edited out of this, it'll be over on the replay and you missed it and you're like, oh shit, why is that? You know, what happened? Did YouTube make them cut that out? Yes, over on Kick, it will be there. And what else? You can super chat in, hit like, all of that good stuff. Tell a friend, retweet, heart, whatever you do, whatever platform you're on, just show some love. Let me know you're out there. And I actually also have a poll, and I'm going to start this poll here. Okay. And so The poll asks, what pay-per-view PLE are you most excited for this weekend? We have ones in the chat for AEW Double or Nothing, wherever you're watching this. One in the chat for AEW Double or Nothing. Two for WWE Saturday Night's main event. What are you most excited for? Of course, MJF versus Darby Allin. We'll talk about that. The hair versus hair. And then, or the hair versus title, I guess. And then on the WWE side of things, we'll obviously go over the card and not too much hype. Like, I feel like there's more hype on, for me, the AAA card. And then obviously Clash in Italy is like shaping out to be fucking crazy. So we're going to get into all of that. And yeah, make sure you guys vote. So that's one for Double or Nothing. Two for Saturday night's main event. Which are you most excited for? Just wherever you're watching. One for AEW, two for SNME. Okay, you guys got that? Good. Everybody's liked. Everybody's doing what they're gonna do. Let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, miscellaneous news. Okay, as people file in, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Vince McMahon has popped up once again, and his attorneys defend prolific texter and alleged missing signal messages. So basically, this is courtesy of Post Wrestling. We're not going to dive into this because we talked so much about this over the last few years, but his attorneys defend the fact that, like, they're trying to say, yo, Vince is sketchy because he was using Signal, which I've never heard of until recently, where I guess it's like this app where the messages delete right when you send them. And other platforms, I think, are rolling that out, like on Instagram and Twitter and stuff, I think, or X, I guess. I think they're rolling out, like, you can have conversations with people where the chats delete automatically or whatever. So I guess this platform or this app or whatever offered that first. And so his attorneys defended the fact. They're like, well, what? He uses Signal. He's a prolific texter. Or that's like, you know, he texts a whole bunch. Like, they've seen enough of his texts, basically. Like, what more can the Signal? He shits on people's heads. What more are those Signal messages going to reveal? You know? Let's just be honest here, right? And again, not defending Vince in any way, but it's like, you know what you're gonna know from any messages he sent anybody. If it goes as far as poo-poo and pee-pee, I mean, where the fuck else can we go from there? So yeah. And he also had, and they were pointing to, like, the fact that he had texts missing or whatever. Like, some of them were retracted. We've gone over all of that, but anyways, moving along here. Speaking of former WWE folk, Jeff Cobb was backstage at New Japan's Wrestling Dontaku show. So immediately Jeff Cobb, who, again, not to be a hater, but he looks in way better shape here right before he came over to WWE. And I don't know what it is, if he just got comfortable, but something was missing. I also don't think sticking him with the Floodline was the right move. I think he should have been in the Vision. And we don't have time machines, so we can't go back and change that. But he's already back in New Japan doing work with them. It's weird. You'd think like AEW would try and scoop him up right away, but maybe not, because Tone's offended that he went to Dub in the first place. Who fucking knows? Or pardon me, the Fed in the first place and not the Dub. Who knows? But either way, good for him. He's getting paid to show up places. WWE legend Marty Jannetty undergoes foot amputation. So prayers and best energies to this guy. I hope he's, like, you know, more than the foot amputation. I hope, is he still, like, posting crazy shit on Facebook? I hope he's got, like, his life figured out a bit. You know what I mean? Like, I hope he's got, like, these crazy murder stories and shit that he's making up figured out there, bud. So we move along here. And speaking of legends, Kim Turman Laurinaitis, the widow of Road Warrior Animal, had great issues with the A&E documentary on the Road Warriors and notes that she was not contacted to be a part of it. And she says, this is disgusting, literally disgusting at his expense, and I will not be quiet anymore. Shame on all involved. Shady-ass produced show, not endorsed by his wife, the one who pays for the trademarks, bills, taxes, etc. So don't expect the Road Warriors in the 2K games anytime soon. She wrote this long-ass thing, like all caps, was not contacted to film, believe it or not. That one that pays, okay. But this is supposed to be about respect for Joe and the LOD Road Warrior, right? Here's the thing, man. Who watched this? In chat, if you watch this Road Warriors doc, does this warrant this? Like, I'm sure they didn't get into all the drugs that these guys were doing and shit. Maybe they touched on it, but, you know, these two dudes were wilding out of control. So the truth will always come out. They only did it this way because he was not here, but I'm still here and we'll fight for his wishes. So what was his wishes, man? Like, goddamn, people just want to celebrate Animal and Hawk. Do they give out Oscars for acting performances in this? Wow, what in the fuck am I watching? Oh my God, I'm so done. This is not how my husband died. And FYI, he died 9/22 at our hotel, not a hospital. Oh my God. So again, like, is it more respectful to go on TV and be like, well, he had a heart attack and died in the hospital, or he had a heart attack and died in the fucking hotel in some seedy motels? No, I don't mean hate on them, but you know, where the fuck were you? This is, they never took him to a fucking hospital. Oh, great. You know, had to try to save him in our hotel room. I was the only one there. Yeah, I mean, maybe she just wants that side, like the truth of that out there. Are you serious right now? I held him for over an hour trying to wait for Jessica and Lindsay, both daughters, to get there before they transported him to a funeral home. I don't know. So what are you saying here? Like, so you didn't call the ambulance, or I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if this warrants this. Did anybody watch this? No, if anybody did, you got to tell me like what she's babbling about here. What a fake ass phony, people pretending to be friends, people pretending to tell the truth at my husband's expense. God Almighty help you all, that you have used them for the last freaking time. 100 exclamation marks. Wow, that you have you. Okay, wow. No words. All of you know, y'all just put on a fantastic performance. Standing ovation for that bullshit show. So why don't we talk about how disrespected my husband was during his memorial planning? Let's talk about the struggles and how much he went through and cried over the past 10 years about how he had been treated by the people he loved so much. Y'all want to talk about shit that's not true. Let's talk about the truth and what was really important to Joe. Shady ass produced show, not endorsed by his wife. So like they didn't honor his legacy, or I really just need to watch it, I think is what the answer is to all of this. I just need to check it out on my own time. But yeah, did they not like honor his legacy in this sort of thing? Did they talk about his drug habits a little bit? They said he didn't die like on a hotel floor and that he died in a hospital, which I mean, that's a pretty big. But again, she's like, I was the only one there. I was waiting for everyone. Like, is that what happened? Or does it say, do the doctors or medical examiners or whatever the fuck say he died on the way to hospital or something? Like, it's just weird even talking about this, but she drummed it up and wrote this whole long ass thing. And I just think, if anything, your family needs to like protect you and like have your back and shit. And if you don't, I don't know, it just seems like that's not the way to go about this thing. Okay. So yeah. Moving along here. Zoe Stark will now be going by the ring name Zoe Serrano, the purist. So I don't know, not too far off from Zoe Stark, and yeah, she could have even just went by Zoe. Probably could have worked, whatever. Not judging, not hating, just throwing it out there. So Killer Cross defended his WSW championship against Nick Nemeth on the final day of WSW Rise Against tour. Now, this Rise Against Australia tour apparently ruled. People were saying it was awesome. Killer Cross was there. Fucking Nick Nemeth, Buddy Matthews returned there in ring and attacked somebody, and I kind of shit on it. I was like, why wouldn't this be an AEW? And some folks were like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. Like, you know, this was a moment for him, I guess is the best way to sum up what people were saying. This was a moment for him in Australia, whatever. And these are big shows that they do or that are getting big or whatever. I'm not hating on that. Like, I'm glad he's doing what he wants to do, but I'm just criticizing AEW and tone. Like, you have this guy signed forever, man. He looks like $1 million. I mean, he wrestles really well. He's always just kind of been in a trios. He was in a huge angle with Seth Rollins back in the day in WWE, or not just an angle, but like ongoing faction and storyline with multiple angles and feuds involved in that. And I don't know. It's just, why would you let him return to an indie? Like, this is why All In doesn't sell the way it, you know, it did the year before that, etc. Like, why would you care when you can just go to any show, you'll see AEW guys essentially. So this might be hurting TNA a little bit too, just being honest.
Catches him.
So hits him with a stunner.
Nemeth, who continues to get back up.
An RKO. So just spamming finishers. This is the guy you fight on 2K online, and you're just like, buddy, why are all of your moves finisher moves? Right? His like grapple up A moves a fucking rock bottom and shit. You're like, what's going on here?
Good fire about to do. Oh! There you go. Slap some sense into the challenger. Super kick from the boss. Super kick from the boss. Now he's caught. He's down. He's out. Nemeth is in trouble. Nemeth taps out. Nemeth taps out. Cross retains.
Here is your winner, and still.
So yeah, Cross doing the damn thing. He's over in MLW as well. We're about to talk about MLW in just a moment, but Heidenreich. So Book Pro Wrestler, this awesome account, Book Pro Wrestler, says that they just got off the phone with Heidenreich. Many of you seen the photo of him working at Walmart months ago. Since then, we've talked, and now he is ready to accept bookings for appearances, signings, interviews, acting, and product endorsements. To inquire about booking him for all types of appearances except matches. Can't wrestle, can't bump. Please contact Book Pro Wrestler and Steve NWA11 at yahoo.com. Boomer alert. No. Jokes aside, Heidenreich fucking rules. And we were talking about the Legion of Doom, the Road Warriors there, and he was in the Road Warriors, one version of them, for a little while. And yeah, hopefully some people can just book him up for, I don't know, appearances or whatever. And there's something I'm forgetting. He's going to be on Chris Van Vliet's show. That's what it is. I knew there was something else. He's going to be on Giga Chad CVV's show. So make sure you check that out. Gigi Dolan had this to say about her account, her Instagram account still being Gigi Dolan _ WWE. I guess that's her slave name. Her current name is Priscilla Kelly. Once again, and she said that also for the 1,000th time, I cannot change my username. WWE went in and changed it when I got hired, and now Meta will not let me make any changes to it for some reason. I've tried everything. Trust me, can't change it. And yeah, this is a common thing that happens. People are like, yeah, that explains a lot for former WWE people. Obviously, they're going to go in and just be grateful. Like, the reason why you have that many goddamn followers in the first place is likely because WWE. So I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to switch your name. on your thing, though. I don't know why Meta makes this shit all complicated. All these fucking accounts in the IWC and Twitter as well, they're all they're all just like getting felted by some fucking scammer who's like sending them a link to vote on a podcast thing, and everyone's clicking it. It's been going on forever. Everybody's getting hit with this thing. It's fucking nutty. It's like, guys, don't click any links anyone sends you, okay? Unless it's the link to my show. You don't touch those goddamn links, all right? So we move along here. And the Wyatt 6, more like the Wyatt 4 or 5, but 4 of the 5 Wyatt 6 members, Nikki Storm, Joseph Sawyer, Samuel Shaw, and Eric Redbeard, they will be at ALW Atomic Legacy Wrestling, We Wear the Crown, and they are taking a couple bookings as so far as like the Wyatt 6, and either all 5 or 4, these 4 members are showing up together, and that's definitely good for whatever territory or whatever indie's trying to do a show. If you can lock them all in and they know not to price themselves out and they see the value in that, I mean, you could really build off of moments like this, you know? So, and it's on Triller though. You got to look out because Triller ain't Triller ain't paying people out. So that's going down, and it's cool to see them like taking bookings, or like, who knows, were they all contacted individually, or were they all like, yeah, we'll take a bit of a pay cut to do it together or something? Who fucking knows? But shout them out for doing that. And a couple more things here. So Stardom, regarding the partnership agreement with U.S. Major League Wrestling, MLW and Stardom announced that they are partnered up, and not only is MLW partnered up with CMLL and Stardom, there's Unknown Signals coming in from something else. So I don't know if that means we're partnering with someone else, but they're pretty much just doing Tony Khan. They're doing Tony Khan shit. I guess Court Bauer was doing it before, but like CMLL, Stardom, you know, AEW's working with Stardom again. Is MLW going to announce a partnership with AEW? I wonder.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Because there's some unknown signals, like they're teasing something, but also Fusion returns soon. And I don't know if the unknown signals was meant to mean like Fusion. I think they might have something incoming, and they're bringing Fusion back. So that means what? They're going to have a weekly show again. So that means what? They have access to a deeper pool of guys maybe that have names, or do they just don't give a fuck and they're okay with the numbers they're doing for their PLEs or whatever you want to call them? I'm not gonna play this. I don't know. It's interesting because if they announced flat out like MLW, AEW crossover, I don't know if that would help MLW all that much, but they got New Japan, CMLL, and Stardom in the bag, much like AEW. So wouldn't that be the next step? Bring Fusion back, and then like Maple Leaf Pro did when they brought their show back, and we work with AEW. And then this is AEW's way to try and like counteract what WWE's doing and shit. No? Maybe? Does that make any sense, or is that stupid? Let me know in the chat. So we move along here. And speaking of AEW, Garrett Borden made his pro wrestling debut last week. So this is Sting's eldest son. And both of his sons are now full-time wrestlers. And this was at Rhodes Wrestling Final Reckoning. So Garrett Borden, I think, is his... Steve Borden Jr. is his youngest. So this is his oldest son, who got into wrestling after, though, more frequently, I guess, if he's going to pursue this. And there's a big AEW banner. So obviously Sting's going to have them come up through the AEW system, quote unquote, I guess, which is just go to the indies and let Tone pay you until he decides to use you. But yeah, it's cool to see, man. It's cool to see people's kids like getting into pro wrestling that we like grew up watching or whatever. Or like full-blown adults watching them in their prime and shit, you know? For many of you, I'm sure.
I don't know if you can hear him in the feed, but I can definitely hear them live in the bullpen. I can barely hear myself think. The debut of Garrett Borden, son of.
So should the Stingers team up and become Blade Runners 2 or what?
Another grown man straight up and flinging him off him like it was nothing to. And Stinger splash in the corner. Look on his face, all business, and one more time to the back of Brandon Beretta.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not bad. Like, both of his kids know how to wrestle, dude.
So hold on now. Garrett's got him up. Like
oh, they're botching, though. His first ever match, though.
Out of it, managing to do so, but
so what was that? Like an Angle slam? Like shout out Kurt Angle?
Still gets taken down.
Kurt Angle versus Sting in TNA or what?
Down to the mat, and that's a 3 count.
Yeah, I don't know. They can do this. That's his first match, so you can't give him too much shit for botching like an Angle slam or whatever the fuck he's going for. But this went down at an indie show. What is this even? This was at WSW Wrestling Australia. We talked about that a little bit before, and it was a party there in land down under.
My brain. It's amazing. Breaking entrance from Eric. We're done. Sydney crowd. No. What? Are they starting or are they leaving?
They're not happy.
That's the throw out. This is the damnedest thing I've.
It's amazing.
And then Matt Riddle's out there.
Riddle.
Speaking of perks, Matt Riddle's out there. No, I'm joking.
Good time. Yeah.
Then they just start beating them down. That's fucking awesome. That looks like a great time. Is that too much? Is that, I like that better than Invisible Men and Wrestling Kids and shit. But speaking of wrestling, Conrad the mortgage guy says, "Oh, come on now, Eric. Come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. I'm auctioning the original ECW arena sign autographed by Joey, Sabu, Shane, Sonny, Justin, Balls, Axel, etc., and many more. If you click the link below, save 20% on your wrestler name." He goes, after Hardcore Homecoming, you can own this sign for one of the most famous wrestling buildings in history. Reserve Met ends tonight. ECW. Come on, Eric. What's wrong with a healthy ECW? Everybody had fucking turns in 1997, Eric. Nobody had fucking tans, Eric. Yeah, dude, it's the original sign. I don't know. Why is he selling all this shit? That's what I'm just wondering why he's selling all this stuff, right? Maybe he's putting on a show. Maybe he's planning on teaming up with Paul Walter Hauser to put on a fucking pro wrestling indie show and get him to talk about it on Fallon or something. I don't know. But this sign is for sale, and it can be yours. Click on the link below at savewithconrad.com. Make sure you hit like and subscribe over there at Pro Wrestle Times. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous. I don't even know. It's miscellaneous news, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay, so Dynamite is on. Jericho's trying to get over Y2 Jackson, which is just cringe as fuck, man. Nobody likes this shit. I don't get it. Two names, one team. Yeah, I don't know. It's just saying, like, marking out over the name of the team, like Tone does. They're the Sisters of Sin, but also they're the Triangle of Madness, but also they're teaming with the Conglomeration, which is the Undisputed Era, mixed with fucking one of the Briscoe brothers and, a Japanese guy, whatever the fuck he's got going that week. It's just stupid. Nobody really cares about this stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about caring, sharing is caring. Share this show around, hit like, hit retweet, all that good stuff. But most importantly, wherever you're at, vote in the chat. What pay-per-view / PLE are you most excited for this weekend? 1 for AEW Double or Nothing. 2 for WWE Saturday Night Main Event. Let me know in the chat. And let's move along here. We have some ratings wars to get into. And then we're going to start talking about the big three. Calling TNA one of the big three is... You definitely can't do that. They've been falling off. They've been struggle city for a while. And not like it's completely fallen off, but just a lot of the momentum and hype is not there. Okay, and we have a new contender in NWA, allegedly, right? We don't know how legitimate that is. So Jericho's out here dressed like one of the Bucks. He's got his own little vest. At 613-805 has been a member for 16 goddamn months. Thank you so much for acknowledge me of membership, my guy. I appreciate the hell out of that. So are they in like a 6-man? Is there like half a million on the line here? What's going on? Are they singing Judas? Let's turn this up a bit. The Bucks of Jericho. Does the crowd know it? We have their attendance here. We'll start with that in the ratings wars segment here. I mean, they kind of know it. Only 2K people in the building. The Bucks of Jericho is just... sounds iffy. The Alpha Club. The Alpha Club Bucks of Jericho. Could you sound any more red pill, Andrew Tate, fucking closeted homo? No. Nothing wrong with that, but just come out, fellas. Come out. It's okay. People will respect you more, okay? The Alpha Bucks of Jericho or what? Sounds kind of sus to me, dude. I don't know. Here we go. Andrade's coming out, saucing on everybody. I'm sure they got some OF models in the front row for him to faux make out with. And then finger shay. Okay, we're just going downhill from here. So let's get into the next segment here. And it is called, ladies and gentlemen, Ratings Wars. So to kick things off here, we have some attendances, guys, and your boy Phil was being a little bit of a hater. Tickets distributed 2,800, so they're set up for 3,100. So maybe with walk-ups, they sold out their setup. Let's see what's going on here. The total number of seats. So yeah, it's set up for, or the total number of seats is 7,000. So it's like half full is what it is. They kind of knew Judas maybe better than the last place they were at. No, Giving them the benefit of the doubt here. Let's move along with more attendances. I think we got one or two more here. Yes. So Double or Nothing is set to be the second biggest gate, pardon me, in U.S. history for AEW entirely. At I think they're going to have like around 15,000 tickets sold. Now, the reason it's the biggest gate, and you might be wondering, you might be saying, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. They had like 15,000 and some for the Sting retirement. Here's the thing, though. Tone was selling tickets for like $1 right before the event. Like they were just handing them out for the Sting retirement. And that's not a knock on Sting. Like he drew, 10,000 people plus for sure for his retirement. But like I don't know, just look around the IWC and the news and shit back then. And people were talking. I'm sure I talked about it on my show. But they were just handing tickets out for that one and selling them for as cheap as, I heard, $1. Some people were like 20 confirmed. It's like confirmed they were as low as 20 then too, and they were kind of gouging still. And so AEW actually sold these tickets at like a lower price, but it's like they sold more of them at the lower price, which would be more than like they were just giving them away, right? And I'm sure every pay-per-view gets fluffed a little bit, right? And so, yeah, this is a solid actual sellout. And again, just notice how the fan base and how some of the people act when this is the case online and shit, or don't. Stay offline. I've been touching hella grass lately. I don't, you can just stay offline. You don't need to read any of it. But I'm just saying, like, look at how a lot of the notable figures in the IWC who obviously lean one side, or just some of the hard bodyest sickos, big bodyest, like BOTTIEST, because they're robots and NPCs. Like, look at how those accounts act when they get one sellout that like Raws have outdrawn, Now this is very good for AEW. And it wouldn't be the bit if I didn't forget the bit. So I actually rang the bell for this. I rang the bell for this already. However, I will say, I kind of called this is going to happen. All of their pay-per-views will do 10 to 15K tickets sold. Yo, sorry guys, StreamYard just booted me for some reason. All is good though. I was like, that's weird. I just got booted from fucking StreamYard. Anyways, guys, okay, so moving along here. Anyways, their pay-per-views are drawing anywhere from 10 to 15K, and they're I was complimenting AEW, and then I got fucking Don Stevens there or something weird. And just let me know if you guys can hear me. I believe you can. I believe you should be able to. So, we're back. No worries, guys. So, and then their televisions are doing like anywhere from 1,000 to, let's say, 4,000. So I think it's being whittled down, but kind of like up for them in a way, which might sound kind of stupid, but it is what it is. And I'm not buying into, the whole TV ratings discourse and all of that just yet. Like, everybody's trying to blame Nielsen for shit. I just don't. I don't fuck with any of that, Sorry, just getting readjusted here since I got the big boot there. So we move along here. And I think we have more attendances. Okay, sorry, we're good to go. So we move along. Shout them out. I ring the bell for that one. I don't know if you guys heard me do it. StreamYard booted me, but I rang the bell for that one. And let's get into, here we go. So Friday Night SmackDown. Now, this already went down, but again, they did like 10K people. So when people want to doom and gloom, like, oh, SmackDown seeing a decrease and it's not at its peak and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, they just did AEW just did 900 people at a fucking mini golf course or whatever. We should start like, putting them over for the good shit they do more without coping over SmackDown that like is still being attended wildly. I would just put my energy towards that, I guess, if I was on like Dave Meltzer's team or whatever, you know what I mean? So here is, I'm going to ring the bell for that one, by the way. Hopefully my sound not on a loop. Okay, excellent. So TNA though, this is what I mean. Like the hype's dying down, man. The total number of seats on this map is 3,000 rounding high. Tickets distributed, not even 1,500. So they're 1,400 and they're set up for 1,600. And this already went down actually. So this is in Sacramento. This is what I mean. There should be more hype. They should be doing 2,000 people and shit like that. Now, I guess this was just for TNA Wrestling. They probably taped some shit there too, or are they always live? I don't even know as of late, but they did have some cool returns and stuff. We're about to talk about TNA news, but I thought they would be further along and like more hype surrounding some of their PLEs. And I will say this, Slammiversary, they're doing some good shit as far as like, well, they brought back Lockdown and Slammiversary. All the titles are on the line. So that's a cool like little marketing ploy. But yeah, I just thought, and they're charging like Dynamite prices. Like I think you could get into the cheapest ticket for a Dynamite's probably $34, so maybe lower that a bit. I don't know what you got to do. I'm not shitting on TNA at all, but they just kind of lost some of that hype and momentum. You know what I mean? Just like I did when I got the boot off of StreamYard there. Got all awkward for a sec. No. So let's move along with just straight up ratings wars. We're going to go through it. We have no information on this week's NWA show on Comet, if there is any. But we are going to talk a bit about the Ronda Rousey Gina stuff, which is topical and is in this section of ratings wars. And I love seeing the MMA fans become tribalist sickos online now. Like they're having the TV debates about TV networks and streaming numbers and what everybody's a mathematician and a fucking and a TV executive now and stuff. It's so funny to see it happen over there too. And maybe I just like watching it all burn and watching everybody felt each other online. I don't fucking know, but it's just hilarious. But starting with NXT, okay, we're going to start with NXT. And NXT scored its lowest audience, an 18 to 49 rating in show history for its regular time slot for last Tuesday's episode. God damn it. NXT averaged 498K viewers, down 22% from the week before, 0.06 in the demo, which was down 45%. As noted, it was the lowest audience in show history for its regular time slot, including preemptions. There was an episode in February 22 that did a lower number when it was moved to Sci-Fi for the Olympics. The show faced tough competition from NBA and NHL playoffs. Go Habs. The NBA playoffs on NBC topped the night and the 18 to 49 demo on broadcast. So NXT, man, they're eating it right now. They're doing the right thing by doing a dual like ESPN type thing. And again, they are truly in a rebuilding phase. Now, we're going to hear later in the show MJF coping about we're in a rebuilding phase, bud. And you're going to hear him fucking coping about that. Or he says rebuilding or like a new surge or whatever the fuck. And it's like, y'all have said this every year about AEW since its existence. NXT right now is in a rebuild. Okay? That goes without question. And they're doing some shit to hype people up, but some people are hating on Will Cruz and whatnot as well. So who knows if that's affecting the ratings. Also playoffs and shit. We can cope and just chalk it up to sports. Sure, we can do that. I'm just giving a reason based on like the actual show in comparison to other wrestling programs. So NXT, is there anything else on NXT here? Oh yeah, well let's just take a look here. Like Thursday's Montreal Buffalo Game 5 on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max delivered 1.9 million viewers. Keep that in the back of your mind because we're seeing like some of the playoff numbers from the streamers, okay? When we talk about AEW news, we're going to talk about that. Or AEW ratings, rather. And by the way, I give that shit a trombone, okay? It wouldn't be the bit if I didn't forget the bit. Lucy Moody for 2 sweet says, Phil, Boris is trying to abduct you. Be careful. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is that what happened? I thought I got Don Stevens. I think StreamYard's just fucking with me. Thank you for the support. So, guys, vote in the poll as well. What pay-per-view PLE are you most excited for this weekend? If you're on Kick, X, or YouTube, it works anywhere in the chat. 1 for Double or Nothing, 2 for Saturday Night Main Event. Just put a 1 or 2 in the chat. So we move along here. Let's get into some more WWE ratings and news talk, and then we'll get into the Netflix side of things, and then we'll get into the HBO side of things, which relates to AEW. So Backlash's first hour on ESPN2, 998,000 viewers, 0.33 in the 18 to 49 rating. Okay, so Backlash did shy of 1 million, did Shia LaBeouf of 1 million fucking people. Honestly, I know that if you tabulate all the numbers, and I say this all the time, you have to look at the grand scheme of things, okay? In a vacuum, this number is no so good. I would say they should at least be doing 1 million and shit, no? Like if they said Raw is going to be on ESPN or whatever the fuck, they do 1 million, no? If they like hyped it up. So I don't know why this isn't getting viewed, but obviously like at WWE as a whole, the greater picture, you know, they're doing millions and billions of fucking hits and impressions on shit. I don't know. What did Danhausen? Did he go viral again for Backlash? I don't even remember if he was on that shit. All I'm saying is this. You have to look at everything in its entirety, obviously. And like, what was the streaming minutes after that for Backlash and blah, 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 blah. But this number isolated alone, it should be doing that 1 million. Right? Like Raw's drawn 3 million or whatever, but people are saying that's outside of ESPN Unlimited. So, you know, shouldn't that be doing 1 million? So like on Unlimited, you got to add that. You got to factor in all of the invisible numbers that nobody can see and shit. That's the problem with this, right? We need these streamers to be more transparent. I find Lincoln Hawk for 2 sweet says the Blob and Jannetty can carry NXT into the future. Lincoln Hawk calling these motherfuckers the Blob. Will Cruz is the Blob from X-Men Evolution. And then you have fucking Lizzie Rain, who's Marty Jannetty, to this guy over here just hating. So we move along here and we get into WWE Raw on May 11 on Netflix, did 2.6 million global views. And there you go. So that's through 7 days as well, I think. That's pretty bad, man. I'm a sicko now. Fuck WWE, dude. They're dying. No, just kidding. You do have to look at it all, like, in its entirety. What it's doing for Netflix and how happy they are with WWE, which they are. So do I think the numbers could be stronger and they would enjoy it more and I thought it would have been stronger? Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah. I thought it would be way more viewers globally, especially. Like in the States, it's like, okay, whatever. It might even be less than it was. But yeah, it's interesting to see Backlash on ESPN just doing like just shy of 1 million. It's like, damn. So we move along, and SmackDown last Friday scored its lowest 18-49. And so trombones across the board. Like here's another trombone for the last two for WWE in general right now. Okay. So last Friday scored its lowest 18-49 rating since January when Nielsen changed their methodology despite the drop. SmackDown was still number 1 for the night in primetime on cable in the 18-49 demo. So that's a dub. SmackDown averaged 1.184 million, down 7%. Fuck, with a 0.23. Fuck, WWE, what are you doing? Get your shit together. Per Programming Insider, it is believed that Nielsen once again changed their methodology in late April, okay, whatever, which would likely have an effect. Shout out Raj Giri, by the way, with all of these. Go and follow him at the Raj Giri. Likely have an effect on the numbers. Year over year, SmackDown was down 8% in total viewers, while the 18-49 rating was down 36%. Last year's numbers were ranked using the old Nielsen panel only, blah, 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 blah. Fucking fall asleep faster than a Snorlax reading about that shit. And that's no offense to Raj. He's just doing his job, indelibly doing his job very well. Yeah, SmackDown fucking up too. I mean, let's be honest. So Raw, this was yesterday, Raw. Netflix views for last Monday's Raw were down from the prior week but the hours viewed were up. And so again, Dave can cope however he wants. Netflix would easily just tamper the numbers. They'd go, okay, our hours viewed are up. Let's lie and say the overall viewership was up too. If they were trying to be fuddy-duddy, that's what they would do. They've been very transparent about, like, this is down, this is up, blah, blah, blah. So the show scored 2.6 million views globally. We covered that, down 4%. 4.8 million hours viewed, up 4%. So what the fuck's going on there? Show ranked 4 for the week in the U.S. on Netflix. So this week, the Kevin Hart roast bounces between number 2 and 1 in Canada. Raw's like number 1. It always is, at least for a couple days, and was beating the roast for like a day, and then the roast took number 1 again. What else? Some documentary. My wife made me watch it last night. It's about some girl who crashed a car or whatever. It was called The Crash or something really just simple like that. I think that's what it was called. So I think that's doing really well in Canada, at least. I don't know about in the States and all of that, but well, number 4 we know for Raw, but I don't know, like, comparatively, like, how's the roast doing in the States? You know, is it trending? What's up? And they categorize that as a show, not a movie as well, even though it's like a 3-hour event. So, oh yeah, and then the Rousey Ronda. So for me in Canada, it's been Raw, Kevin Hart roast, Rousey versus Gina, pardon me, the Rousey versus Gina Carano fight. Those have been the top 3 things in Canada on my Netflix for like all week, you know? thus far. I haven't looked today, so yeah, so I mean, Raw, get your shit together too. I mean, that's not so bad, but it is what it is. So talking about Netflix, okay, we have to talk about Netflix a little bit. And Ariel Helwani, and shout out Ariel from the Ariel Helwani show. He broke this news, and we're not going to play this whole clip because we have a few clips to play from the MJF interview today. But Ariel Helwani says, breaking, Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano peaked at 17 million global viewers per Netflix. The final 3 fights averaged 12.4 million viewers. Domestically, the main card averaged 9.3 million viewers and peaked at 11.6 million during the main event, making it the most watched MMA event ever in the U.S. Now, that fucking rules. I'm ringing the bell for that. Round of applause for that as well. I mean, that fucking rules. Now, on Memba Monday, I broke down like the IWC and Jim Cornette and all the IWC thinking that fight was a work. It fucking wasn't, okay? And, we pulled up Ronda's record and everything like that. It wasn't a goddamn work. None of the fights were works, okay? That's what Ronda does. That's what the betting lines had it, right? Carano was a 6-1 underdog going into that shit. It was like up to minus 250 that it was going to be a round 1 armbar. Like, that was what was supposed to happen. That's what happened in every Ronda fight except for the ones where she lost, more or less. A few fights got dragged out to, or drug out into, later rounds or whatever. Misha Tate managed to get her to like round 3 or 4 after they fought 3 times. It was their 3rd time fighting. So that's what Ronda does. She either fucking armbars you, and then a couple times she's just KO'd people. So, and that's all been within a minute. That's what she does. So Ngannou as well. He just starches people. He KOs them. Felipe Lins should be a fucking 205-pound fighter. If Felipe Lins was in the UFC right now, he'd be for surely a top 10 heavyweight if he was in the heavyweight division, because heavyweight's just not that exciting and not as skilled as it once was. And he would definitely be like, this is the fight. That's a UFC caliber fight for sure. Some of the talents you saw on there were UFC caliber talents without question. Some of them were mismatches. Now, unfortunately, this is what happened to Mike Tyson. People bought, and not him versus Jake Paul. I'm talking like Tyson in his prime. People, even though he was just knocking people out and it was exciting and there's all this hype around him, people were getting mad buying his fucking pay-per-views because it was just a 1-minute goddamn knockout. That's what happens with Ronda Rousey. Now, the reason that narrative doesn't really follow her around is because in MMA, there's so many ways to win. And it's so hard to just consistently tap people out in 1 minute. Like, it's so fucking crazy what she did. I compare Ronda to, as she's the Mike Tyson of MMA, I think, because when she won, bro. She whooped that ass. She knocked you out. She knocked you dead, either flipped you on your head or 1-punch KO. And she only did that a bit of the time. It was mostly all, instead of the, Mike Tyson had the knockout punch. She had the flip you on your head and armbar your ass, and take that arm. That's what she did her whole career. And then as soon as she faced adversity, she just really was never the same again. She got outclassed. Like, a new generation of boxers came that just kind of outclassed Tyson, and he had to bite ears off, and he took losses and was never really the same. That's what happened with Ronda. It's the exact same thing. She was just dominant, same way, winning the same way every fucking time she wins. And then she fucking loses once and then is never really the same again. Loses 2 in a row. She's kind of just washed, right? Everybody's like, she's done. The sport passed her by. Same with Tyson. It kind of passed him by. You can't just only power punch a motherfucker. So, yeah, that's what it is with Ronda. And that fight was not a work by any means. Anybody saying that they're just cooked, and that's not how you work a fight either. You want to see a worked fight? Ken Shamrock versus Kimbo Slice in Bellator. That's a fucking worked fight. Okay. Ronda definitely didn't work shit, but it's good that they got these ratings, but it's also a bit of a turnoff because Jake Paul's name's on it. And hey, Jake Paul's fights were never worked in the sense that, like, we're going to go out there and work and you're going to let me knock you out. Jake Paul's fights were a work in the sense that, like, He's fighting 40-year-old guys with hip replacements and 60-year-olds with hip replacements that are out of their prime. Like he fought Ben Askren, who got a hip replacement, who's 40 and a wrestler and fought at 170. And Jake Paul's a 190-pound guy, you know? He fought an NBA player. You know, they were rigged that way. When he fought Tommy Fury, he fucking lost. When he fought real boxers, like when he fought Joshua, he lost. And Tommy Fury's hardly a real boxer. But the fact his name's associated with it, it makes people's antennas go up, and it might make them go, I don't want to tune into another fucking Netflix fight. In fact, there's people like, okay, they're raising the prices so they can pay these fighters this amount of money for a fucking snooze fest. Like, why would I ever, like, I'm going to cancel my Netflix. If anything, that's what it's going to do, unfortunately. And, you know, MVP flat out said they haven't even talked to Netflix yet about doing another show, but MVP is going to stay in the MMA business. So who knows if Netflix even wants to get involved with this again. Or maybe they make a bid for like, hey, UFC. Well, they can't now because it's with Paramount, but maybe, well, I guess it's 7 years. So that's a long time away, but who knows? I was just going to say maybe Netflix is like, we'll just take some of those fight night cards off your hands. You know, hey, we'll do a deal with the UFC. We'll take the fight nights and they can have the numbered events or whatever. Like, you know, maybe they will get a sour taste in their mouth. I don't know. But with these kinds of numbers, I think Netflix is super pleased with this. How could you not be 17 million global viewers for an MMA fight? I mean, and then the exposure a lot of these people got, fucking amazing for them. But is it sustainable? I don't really think so. But we scroll along here and we see that it is being touted as a success. And Jedi Goodman posts, UFC on Fox 1 was the most viewed UFC on Fox event. UFC on ESPN 1 was the most viewed of all UFC on ESPN events. Raw on Netflix episode 1 was the most viewed of all Raw on Netflix events. Tyson Paul was the most viewed boxing event of all Netflix boxing events. Going off history, a second MVP MMA likely won't top the viewership of the first, but what is a number that would keep Netflix happy? I think this is a number that would keep them happy. Now, maybe not how much they had to pay people, and like everybody's stooging how the payouts were, they're just lying and everybody got paid more because of the fact that it's in California. Rest in peace. It's like, you know, they don't want everybody to pay because they're trying to like evade taxes and shit. Not to like lay it out there on Front Street, but it's like you have the coaches on doing interviews going, the pay was more, it was way more. It's like, why are you blowing up your fighters' spots to get them fucking audited by the tax man? What, you want Erwin R. Shyster to pull up on your ass? Like, why are you doing this?
Stupid idiot.
And blowing up the fighters' spots here with this shit. But yeah, comparatively, this fight went head to head, and Rousey versus Carano. So UFC went head to head with the MVP card. And Rousey versus Carano was #1 on Netflix in the US, Canada, and Mexico this weekend in the movies section, while the UFC Vegas 117 event did a record low on Paramount, according to Dave Meltzer. Now, again, in the MMA world, they don't know Meltzer's a fucking shyster yet and a fraud. Speaking of shysters. Speaking of Erwin R. Shyster, okay? Speaking of Rotunda, dude. But yeah, they kicked UFC's ass there, and then they called out the Freedom UFC card. And right as Francis Ngannou made his walkout, Tom Petty White announced that Conor McGregor is returning to fight Max Holloway at 170. So if you guys are fight fans out there, Max Holloway fighting at welterweight, okay, buddy. Like, to me, that's just not even a fucking... Like, I'll watch the shit out of it, but it's just like, I don't know, man. That's fucking lame, dude. Moving along here. So we're talking about MMA and HBO, and we're going to talk about HBO Max here, but we're talking about TKO and Netflix and all of this stuff, and it's starting to cross over. It's starting to bleed and blend over, especially with this Paramount acquisition, guys. Okay? We're going to hear more and more and more of this. And Damon Martin reports that TKO president Mark Shapiro teases the possibility of UFC Zuffa boxing on TNT, TBS, and HBO if the Paramount Warner Bros. Merger goes through. Believes it would be huge for UFC to expand to new networks' audiences. Now, here's the thing. You have a guy right now, Tommaso Ciampa's fucking cheese-gratering Mark
The best
Briscoe's
guys, Tony
head, right?
Khan. Wrestling's not fake.
And people are like, "Oh man, AEW's low. They do content 52 weeks a year, and it's low cost to put on the air and operate and blah 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 blah." And they babble all this bullshit that doesn't really matter. Dude, they will replace that with fight nights or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? They'll put Dana White Contender Series on TNT and fucking air it on Wednesdays in place of this shit. It'll do the same or better viewership or whatever. Like, and it's low. They own the fucking Meta Apex and all this shit. And it's, you know, they're going to put UFC on next to AEW or what and give them synergy and eyeballs or like, you know, it just doesn't make fucking sense. And people really need to see the writing on the wall with this thing. It's not a bad thing that it's not even a victory lap. And then like all the sickos out there like, oh, everybody's saying AEW is going to die. Name anyone like credible who's really said that though. Name anyone whose fucking Twitter account or Facebook group isn't called I hate AEW or you guys know what I mean, right? Like one of those fucking like hater accounts, like who besides them, who credible has even said it's going to die and go away forever? Like it will exist in some form or fashion, but they're just entering a weird era where you guys are going to have to watch it on YouTube and my AEW for a bit. And then hopefully they get picked up somewhere. And Niccolo Piccolo's dead set on proving Hollywood agent, whether you like him, whether you hate him, whether you like the interview, whether you think he's not a good speaker, he's better on Twitter, whatever you guys think about him, whether you agree with him, you know, he does have valuable insight. And in his mind, like, no, they're fucked on Fox. They're fucked on Amazon. They're fucked everywhere. Now, I'm still a little more optimistic. But it's like, I don't know, man. It's going to be a weird era for them. It's like the Destination America, the Pop TV era of AEW. Or just like them doing their own network thing for a bit. And then parlaying that into a deal. I just don't really know where they go with that. Once they do that, they should just go all in on that, pun intended, because are you really leaving any viewership on the table? Like, are there people who only, because you have to think, right? Like if they leave, if they're so popular and all these people are watching AEW and it's as popular as Dave and all these people say, then them leaving TNT, TBS shouldn't matter. The fans will find where to watch them. If it's as popular as they're claiming, right? Like they will track them to like how many people do you think watch AEW every week just because it's on TNT, TBS, because they're TNT, TBS marks? And then once it leaves, oh, I guess AEW's done forever now. I'm not a fan anymore. Right? How many people like if it should follow over, and they won't be as available in as many households, I guess. But if you're online, you're available in every household realistically. So I don't know, man. It's interesting, but they're already talking about, yeah, we'd love to put UFC on Turner, on TNT, TBS. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is stuff that should be discussed. And then when you have Dave Meltzer putting out a lie story because they can't say it comes from Niccolo Piccolo so that MJF can go cope about it on Ariel Helwani's show talking about, oh, and then WWE leaks the story. No, WWE didn't leak shit. Dave Meltzer made that up. Okay? And you guys just won't address this Niccolo Piccolo dude because Tone legit was like got him fired, and it is what it is. You know, that is what it is. Like he was working hard to get his ass fired. We seen the letters, you know? So it's kind of crazy how they like aggregate their own news, and that's what co-opting the sheets. That's what happens. Like you guys see it in other, like in the video game space and the movie space. This is what happens. People work with they'll work with fucking a news source, quote unquote, or like an op-ed news source, and then they'll react to that news. That is news that they source from opinion-based shit. Like people, this is like a game motherfuckers have played for a while, and it just feels dishonest and phony to people. And that's all. Like, it's just people see what Tone's done here and what AEW's kind of doing to get the good spin. And when Dave leaks out a story, but they won't address, they don't even need to address Niccolo Piccolo. I just don't get why they don't. I don't get why it's like, okay, this Hollywood agent leaked it out and they want to blame WWE. Why don't they just say, well, look at all the guys he represents. He doesn't represent anybody in our company. So do you think the bias lays one way or not? And they could just put it to rest, man. But instead, it's like this tap dancing and co-opting the dirt sheets to like leak shit out there so they can react to it then in public and shut down rumors and dispel talks and then blame it on WWE to make it more of like this us versus them thing. I don't know, man. It just seems copish. Copium. They're smoking the copium, dude. So we get some numbers here, right? And No Millie post this. Thursday's Montreal Buffalo Game 5 on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max delivered 1.9 million viewers. So Dave wants you to believe that AEW's converting better than most sports or whatever the fuck, or on the level of some of these sports, and that AEW's doing 500,000 people. Meanwhile, NHL's doing 1.9 million viewers across 3 shits. Like, and Dave wants us to believe on just HBO Max, and BJ Bethel and these assholes want us to believe on just HBO Max they're doing 500,000 people. And No Millie says, did they just round up or did only 6,000 people watch on Max? And it's like, bro, nobody's even watching Max in the first place, let alone all these people watching because of AEW. And this is what I mean. Rumors are that across both shows for like the week in AEW, for Dynamite and Collision over the week, they're lucky if they do like 20,000 views on these fucking shows. That's what like real motherfuckers are saying. So Switchblade says this. So the game did less than 56,000 viewers on Max. As anything up to 1.949 million, round down to 1.9 million, consistent with the Max numbers for NBA on TNT. There were rounding errors except for one game, which was the 24 All-Star game, which did between 50K and 152K. So he's just trying to clarify, like, look, man, the NBA did anywhere from between 50 to 150K. So how the fuck would AEW do 500K? And how the fuck do we talk about the lowest Collision numbers? And this one's up from the fucking lowest numbers. And then Meltzer tells Brian with a straight face, or whatever his fucking face is doing at the time. Oh, it's because more, the viewership's more because of Collision. It's just like, Dave.
Or, the young superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So.
And he just reiterates himself here. So shout out Switchblade for clarifying that. Speaking of AEW numbers, though, let's read some. So Dynamite scored its lowest audience since January. Don't mean to laugh, sorry. For last Wednesday's episode, the show faced strong competition from NBA and NHL, which were both up slightly from the week before. Dynamite averaged 585K viewers, down only 1%, so not so bad. 0.1 in the key demo, unchanged. So actually not bad at all, right? I'll ring the bell for them here. That's actually not bad at all, but it is kind of bad overall, I guess. And one other thing too, Raj Giri called out Dave for like the fact that Dave always plays this game where he goes, they were number one behind Fox News and these sports games or whatever. And it's like, Dave, number one on Fox News means like 7 different shows. And again, Raj Giri brought that up recently and owned Dave. He's like, dude, it's actually like 14. Fox News isn't a show, Dave. Right? Like you say Fox News like it's just a show, and it's lying by embellishment. It's like embellishing the truth a little bit. Like that's more clickbait griftery than anything anybody else does in the IWC. And yet look at what Dave says about other people. That's why you know it's full-blown projection.
Poor people don't like AEW.
And so it's the 3rd week in a row that Dynamite's averaged under 600K viewers. So that's terrible, actually. I retract the bell ring, and I'm actually going to play a trombone flop. Dynamite ranks 7th for the night on cable in prime time in the 18 to 49. Year over year, Dynamite was down 14%, while the key demo was down 41. Oof. Last year's numbers were ranked using the old blah, blah, blah. Shout out, Raj. We move along. So Collision numbers on Saturday were up from the prior week, which was head-to-head with the final hour of Backlash. However, the audience remained under 400K. Collision averaged 384K, up 12%, with a .06 in the key demo, up 20. They changed their methodology. Year over year was down 4% in total viewers, and the key demo was down 25%. And then Dave defends that shit and tries to say it was number one just behind Fox News and the playoffs or whatever. So TNA Impact bounced back from the prior week's record lows, with the show doing their second best audience since Nielsen apparently changed their methodology. Fuck. But Impact averaged 196K viewers. Trombone flop. I'm sorry. It's a fucking flop. Up 20% with a .03 in the key demo, up 50%. Oh, now, yeah, they bounced back, but like under 200K. Oh, no. For Programming Insiders, always these numbers don't include AMC Plus or Impact Plus. And then let's see here. So this guy, Ryder Watkins, responds and says, wrestling the last 2 months had incredible growth with male teenagers, including TNA. And all of a sudden, the new system wipes that out. Okay? So TNA has been like number one in male teenagers and shit like that. But now they're doing like shitty overall viewership, and they're talking about Nielsen's changed and Dave's coping about it. But the new system wipes that out. SmackDown is the only show still posting similar males 12 to 17 numbers, staying over 30.30 plus. Pardon me. And so Raj Giri elaborates here and so expands upon that and says, yep, TNA went from being number one on all of cable with teens last month to doing a .00 rating with teens the past few weeks. Nielsen numbers are unreliable, but until things change, that's what we have. Right? It's weird. You would think with how digital everything is, getting reliable viewership data would be easier than ever, but Nielsen has never felt more unreliable. Exactly. And it's because of this. The key demo 18 to 49 and shit does not matter. These fucking ratings, the overall rating doesn't matter. In the age of digital, it's all about streaming, minutes watched, retention rate, replayability. Are they sitting through the whole ad? Are they jumping to another fucking thing through the ad? What's going to keep them watching the ads the whole way through? How do we parlay the fucking number? And I'm talking, this is what networks are doing. How do we parlay the people watching this into our own streaming affiliate, whatever the fuck, you know? Who are we partnered with that can increase the number and we can flex this shit like all the sports are doing? You know, it's the whole game's changed. So again, we're not going to cope about Nielsen, but it is fucked. It's been fucked. All the numbers are fucked. All the mainstream shit, dude. You can't trust the Illuminati, man. They're controlling everything, man. Everything's fake. The whole world's a stage. But we're just going to take them at face value here at PWT and just keep reiterating the way Raj Giri is and all the professionals are that, you know, Nielsen's changing. So we're not going to cope and go, well, if they didn't change, then this, and make excuses and be like, well, they're changed, so it doesn't. We're just going to look at it all at face value, compare them. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Ratings Wars. Some guy for 2 says Raw ticket is $160 in Iowa. Is that affordable? It depends where you sitting. Like if we're talking like front couple rows, like would I pay $160 per person? Yeah, I would personally, but like that's still fucking nutty. Really think about it. Like if you said that to Jim Cornette, he'd be like, "What?" I was listening to old Jim Cornette throwbacks again last night. And
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
I watched the live Q&A he did where he tells the Santino story, and I re-listened to all the Santino Morella saga again. It's like a go-to every year, like couple years. It's like the movie Jaws. You just watch it like once a year, you know, you go through that saga again. But he was complaining about ticket prices back then, even like comparing WWE to ROH and stuff like that. But yeah, that's a pretty penny, dude. Like, is that affordable? No. Just in general, no. No, it's not. And it depends where you're sitting too. Like if you're front row and get to touch people and like the wrestlers and shit and give them high fives, and if you got kids and you're like, oh, my kid got a picture with fucking their fave or whatever, like, yeah, that's maybe worth it for like the memories. Thanks for the memories, even though they're $160. But yeah, I do think lowering them over. Clearly, WWE's doing that, though. They're lowering them and bringing house shows back. And again, it's going to be more a mix of like the younger guys who need work. So expect it to be like NXT mixed with some main roster guys. And then you'll get a run out, like depending what market you're in. If you're in like a C town, if you're in like a B town, okay, you know, Dirty Dom might wrestle Finn Balor or some shit. You know, you might get something good. So that's good. And I like going to the indie or the house shows in buttfuck nowhere. You know, those are the best ones. So they used to be back in the day. They don't really do them anymore. But yeah. So hopefully the price is lower, like overall. A hardcore match followed by a hardcore style brawl. I know, man. Yeah, that hardcore match was, I mean, it was okay, right? But maybe end with that, or maybe like build up to that better. I don't know, man. Fall Out Boy is classic now. How often does Raw come? Yeah, if it's a Raw, then yeah, 160 for sure is worth it. No, we have a gap in the mail. I'll be on hard cam. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, we talked about TNA. Let's get into TNA news, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, super chat in if you support what I do, or become a fucking PWT page member. I'm not going to go live with Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment tomorrow. There's just not enough there, you know, worth it. And sometimes we do it bi-weekly or whatever, you know. So, but I am uploading a Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment bonus show, a throwback DMW episode on the page 100%. And I will have the time to do it because I don't have to stream, okay? And so if you support what I do, or just hit like, retweet, all that good shit, what you can do is vote in the poll, guys. 1 or 2, 1 for Double or Nothing, 2 for Saturday Night Main Event. What PLE are you most excited for this weekend? Let me know. 1 for Double or Nothing, 2 for Saturday Night's Main Event. Everybody, let's hydrate. Speaking of hydration, ladies and gentlemen, the man who makes us the thirstiest ever, Chris Jericho. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Never know when he's going to pop up. Lucy Moody for 2 sweet says, Phil, real talk, DMDMW has to be a segment, not a show. Hard disagree. Hard disagree. Hard disagree, especially with the replay numbers it does and shit. And even I'm talking like after the live, and then after the fucking, and then when I replay it, like then I do a replay run like after like 2 weeks, I'll do like a, it'll be like 12 hours straight of PWT on my other channel or whatever, where I like replay the shows from the last couple weeks. It's just like I just disagree with that, but it's all good, And plus, then this whole show would just be Dave Meltzer. It would just be Felting Dave anyways. So, moving along here, guys, we do have some news, okay, to get into. We have some. That was just the intro, ladies and gentlemen, to PWT. Round of applause for the intro. That was the intro to the show. The introduction. I'm, of course, Phil S. Marks. And we're going to get into some TNA news next. But first, Willow Nightingale is injured and relinquishing her TBS title. And so they're going to have a tournament for it, obviously, because Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And meanwhile, they're crowning a whole different champion in the Owen Hart tournament. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, they'll end up just doing a tournament after the Owen Hart tournament to crown the TBS champ. Or if Tone was smart, he would say the TBS champ, whoever wins the Owen also on the women's side also gets the TBS title and will defend it. And then whoever's like, they'll defend it, or they could do the interim title again. Maybe don't do that, but Tone has done it, so he could do it and just say like, whoever's champ fights Willow. And then you have Willow, who's a former Owen winner, I believe, right? She won the Owen. You have her when she returns. You have whoever wins it now reign with it until Willow returns, and then they fucking fight. And then it's like, 2 former Owen Hart champions and the battle for the true undisputed TBS champion. That could be fucking cool. That could be cool. Anyways, Tone's never gonna. He sees a fucking tournament or a battle or a $500,000 8-man tag, and he just jumps all over that. You know what I'm saying? He'll never pass that shit up. The best love I've ever had. She's a good girl gone bad. Okay, guys, let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, dust off the old banjos. It's time for some good old country road, Canadian country road. TNA news. So, ladies and gentlemen, Vinci, fresh off of his Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet interview, Giovanni Vinci, or what's his name again, Fabian Eichner, debuted in TNA, and this is a good scoop up for them. This is the right kind of guy they need to bring into their company. It is what it is. It's very TNA to bring in a guy like this, and I don't suspect he'll win the title, but he'll do the damn thing. And that's a good scoop up for them. Speaking of shocking appearances, yesterday was also the 5-year death anniversary of New Jack. So ECW veteran Mustafa Saeed, he was the tag team partner of New Jack and the Gangstas, made a surprise appearance during last night's TNA Impact Battle Royal. So that went down. So that's pretty cool. And Starboy Charlie. Okay, he's pulling up to take on Mustafa Ali, who has an open challenge for the international title. And Starboy Charlie there. TNA giving him some work, and that's awesome. This will get him ready for NXT, I'm assuming, and this kid's going to go far in NXT. Now, when it comes to main roster, I'm not sitting here like, oh, this guy's going to be fucking Javon Evans, but the potential's there. Let's see how they reel it in and hone it in. And it's weird. You'd think that Fabian Eichner or Vici or whatever the fuck he's, VD Vici, whatever he's calling himself, you would think he would be in the international because he's Italiano. It's me, Fabian Eichner. That's a spicy meatball, no, guys? Right? Are we being insensitive here? It's me, Luigi Primo, the pizza flipper wrestler guy, right? Oh, I'm over here now. JD from NY. I'll manage yous guys. But you think Vici or Vinci or Eichner, whatever his name is, you would think he would be challenging for the international in the open challenge. And then Starboy I guess his name, is Chaz Starboy Hall. Pardon me. You would think he would be challenging for the X Division title if it's all open challenge-y on both ends of things here. But nay. No. And again, I like when international titles or intercontinental titles, it doesn't have to be purely, it's not like an American can't win the European title and shit. But there's got to be an element of like intercontinental and not even you know what I mean? Like if it's the international title, I want to see in an international presence, right? If you have the national title, okay, then that's like the USA division and the Americans can fight over that one more, whereas everybody else in your Fed, and then you also have an international title, okay, then international superstars more fight in this division. Like it would really serve a pro wrestling company, any of them, all of them, to just like lean into that more and just make that more apparent and evident, you know? But instead, they're just giving Starboy the rub here against Ali. And they may have wrestled on the fucking indies for all I know. I'm being perfectly honest. Because Starboy was out there cooking on the indies. So Daria Ray addresses TNA contract status ahead of upcoming expiration. So Sonya Deville. She says, did I resign with TNA? Well, my contract is not up until the month of June. So they signed her to some short-term shit. I feel like she just got there. We will see. And maybe they'll keep her on, but if they're not really using her overly effectively, I don't see the point. But her gimmick's just kind of like, I'm here and I book some matches and stuff. And I would keep her around, but has she made waves yet, man? I'm not sure. So we move along here, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, but Slammiversary, the all championships will be defended at Slammiversary on June the 28th in Boston. And yeah, all championships will be defended right on. So we don't know who's fighting yet. It's a ways out, but that's cool that it's a way to sort of promote this. And maybe last minute, I guess Slammiversary is sort of their SummerSlam card now, and then Bound for Glory is more of their WrestleMania, but they always try to go all out for Slammiversary and Bound for Glory. But that's cool. And they're also bringing back the Lethal Lockdown or whatever the fuck it's called. So good for TNA. They're trying, man. They're trying to garner some of that interest in some of these PLEs, and that, ladies and gentlemen, oh yeah. So I'm looking here. Layla Diggs won on Evolve. Who's watching Evolve? Who watches Evolve out there? Damn, dude, it's just everyone's sharing around how this dude Mark Briscoe got carved up. And yeah, Danhausen, I mean, we won't put it in news, but Danhausen cursed the Cavs and uncursed the Knicks. And then he wrote on one of these titles, what did he write? Not cursed. He signed a Knicks WWE title and autographed it and wrote not cursed on it, which is crazy. Could you imagine if they won the fucking chip? That'd be crazy. So Mox is wrestling O'Reilly, and remember when Mox put Strong over, Roderick Strong over, or whatever, and Dave was trying to fucking him and like Freddie Prinze Jr. and all these motherfuckers were like, oh, it did so much for them. I mean, it was just the greatest thing. He's putting people over, Then he just goes on to win the fucking belt from that tournament anyways. Fucking Mox, man. So let's move along here. Do we want Fed news or AEW or Dub news? What do you guys want? Chat, let me know. Chat will let me know. Okay, so vote in the poll, guys. 1 for Double or Nothing, 2 for Saturday Night Main Event, wherever you're watching this, just in chat. What pay-per-view PLE are you most excited for this weekend? Double or Nothing or Saturday Night Main Event? Main Event, Main Event, Main Event, Main Event, Main Event. Okay. Yeah. Oh, we got quite a bit of AEW news. We're going to get into this. We have some Tone Cringe. We got 2 Tone Cringes. Maybe even a third, dude. Yeah, I don't know. People are melting down about these sickos online and shit. I'm just looking if there's any last minute news or anything breaking. Extra, read all about it. It's crazy. It's funny too how none of these dirt sheets grabbed like from, because we asked Niccolo Piccolo when he was on PWT. We were like, well, someone super chatted it in, so I asked. And I was like, is WWE happy with, or is Netflix happy with WWE? And he's like, yeah. And he like breaks it all down and shit. And no dirt sheets. Like on PWT, Phil S. Marks asked him, is WWE a Hollywood agent and WWE agent for superstars in WWE confirms that fucking Netflix is very happy. You don't see any shit like that, dude. So funny. Okay, guys, let's head on over here and let's all together at the same time. Ichi Nissan. It's time for AEW news. And you know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So AEW sources confirmed, according to Fightful Select, that Paul White, well, it's the big show. His contract was coming up earlier this year. However, it's believed that he's agreed to a new deal to stay with the company. So sources confirmed that his contract was coming up earlier this year. It's believed he agreed to a new deal to stay with the company. So the way this is worded, like, this is the problem. The way this is worded is they're trying to word it like, well, we knew it came up back then. They're not saying that explicitly, but AEW sources confirmed that Paul White's contract was coming up earlier this year. It was before. However, it's believed he signed to a new deal. So what you want to write is he agreed to a new deal back in January. We've learned he agreed to a new deal back in January. That's all it should say. Fightful Select reports that Big Show re-signed with AEW a few months ago. We confirmed. But instead, they're trying to word it like our sources at AEW confirmed that his deal was coming up earlier this year. It's believed he re-signed. And then this is just some dumbass shit too. Our sources confirmed that it was coming up. However, we can't confirm we believe that he's re-signed though. Well, why can you confirm one and not the other? How bad are your fucking sources? Why even bring this up to anybody? You know? I just don't even understand like how they get away with reporting dumb, silly shit like this. Like, it just must be a slow-ass news day for them to even bring that shit up. And speaking of returns, because you can assume he's returning to the ring sooner or later if he's doing this in Australia with Dijak. Okay, but at the WSW show, Buddy Matthews returned and glommed Dijak with a chair.
What are the... Oh! Who the hell is that? Wait a minute! Whoa! Buddy Matthews! What the hell is he doing here? Oh my God!
And like, he hits the stomp. Why didn't you... Oh my God, Tony. Why didn't Tony Khan do a show in Australia? Why didn't he spend a month in Australia doing shows or anything? Why didn't they just save this for their show? You know, and maybe he gets Brody King's back and then he turns on Brody King or something. And then you have a program right there. And then you establish Matthews as a guy who could potentially work his way into I don't know. I get it's in Australia, but AEW guys can't, like, Tone's been paying this guy forever. Oh yeah, just return against Dijak, who Tone won't even hire. Just return against him in Australia. It's all good. Like, what? Why the fuck would they go to your show where you're overcharging for Grand Slam? And when they can just watch Buddy Matthews at this show, their own homegrown guy at their own homegrown fed. You know what I mean? Like, this is why All In, and when they go to Australia and the fucking, and we're global and shit, it just doesn't work.
This crowd has blown the damn roof off the Advent Entertainment.
You have a guy who looks like that. Like, this dude is built like a brick shithouse. He can fly around. People know Buddy for sure. Like, if you thought he was a mid whatever guy, the stuff with Aaliyah Mysterio and the stuff with Seth Rollins, come on, man. That shit popped off for him, you know? And the House of Black stuff was pretty cool. It wasn't booked the best, but, you know, they did the best they could with it.
Buddy Matthews is here! He's here! And he's absolutely jacked! Just listen to this crowd here tonight!
Commentary way better than AEW's as well. Shout out this commentary team.
Buddy Matthews demanding a microphone, demanding his voice be heard.
He sounds like the podcast Cringe guy.
In case you've forgotten, my name is Buddy Matthews. And I'm the guy that kicked down the door for every Australian to make it overseas.
Oh, dude, he's just super over with that crowd, too. Tone, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're paying him so much. You say, no, we're going to Australia in a month. You come back then or whenever they're going. Who knows when they're going there, if they ever will. Tone just thinks he can pull up, do one big show, and then a collision, and then fuck off and claim he's, you know. gouge people for tickets and claim that they're a global fucking entity, but
Now let's get
I don't know. We don't need to watch this whole thing. Shout out Buddy Matthew. Shout out WSW. Fucking putting on a great show for the fans over there, okay? So we're talking about Double or Nothing and whatnot, and we'll circle around, but in other roster news, right? Chris Jericho revealed why he has changed his ring name to just Jericho. And he goes, I like the idea of what I'm doing now with Jericho. And by not using that first name a lot, it created this whole intrigue online. Like, what's he doing? What's the idea? What's the reason? No, it didn't.
Liar!
Oh my God. No, it didn't. Did you just make that up? I could create a dozen other nicknames, but how many more do I need? Everyone knows who Jericho is. And when you hear that name, then you can go remember whatever memories you have on your own. So it really is like Metallica, the Black Album. It doesn't, no. He's always comparing himself to other fucking singers or like these other rock stars and shit. I mean, it's pretty funny, but it's also kind of delusional. Like Jericho, I guess, is a legend in pro wrestling though, and his hits were his hits, and then his later shit kind of and that is very much on par with Metallica. Okay, let's just be honest. But it's like the Black Album, man.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
So Jericho says, I like what's been going on and going with the flow and seeing what's working and what's not. And instead of all of that, he just aligned with the Bucks again. So here's Jericho addressing the rumors of his WWE return. And I got to be honest, man, even the viewership of PWT, we had like 2,500 people watching the Royal Rumble show. Everybody's like, where did this rumor come from that Jericho's returning and shit? Like, I for surely have to take some blame in spreading that around. But I was also one of the first being like, it ain't happening. It isn't happening. Sorry, guys. And again, you could just kind of see the writing on the wall with it. But him not returning at the Rumble, like, it would have made so many waves. Now he's just in a 5-man, who gives a shit, arena brawl, teaming with the Bucks, like regressing into doing shit gimmicks he did on his boat during the boat tour, the fucking Jericho cruises in the early days. Like, oh man, it's so shitty. And a lot of people didn't want to see him. Like, we had better viewership for that Rumble than Mania. Okay. And that's largely in part because everybody expected Chris Jericho at some point in that Rumble. You know, it surpassed, like, other people were tweeting about it and shit beyond just like the IWC. And so I think that I know a lot of people didn't want to see him back in WWE, but they would have booked it correctly and it would have made way more waves, and whatever he did would have been way cooler. And in WWE news, we're going to see, man, they're talking about bringing like Baron Corbin, and we've seen some of these people they brought back, Paige and the Bellas and shit. You mean to tell me Jericho wouldn't do some better? Like, him versus Dom would have been fucking amazing. Okay. I am staying optimistic though, and I'm holding out and hoping, as a Jerichoholic myself, that Jericho didn't sign anything, and this is just whatever was remaining on his deal, and in the next, maybe by next year, 27, is when he just floats on over, and that's when his deal's actually done. Or maybe he just signed a 1-year thing, or maybe Who fucking knows, right? I have no clue, but here's Jericho talking about the intrigue, man. He's all mysterious and shit now.
You recently made your return to AEW wrestling. There was a lot of rumor and innuendo around the pro wrestling internet that you were talking to WWE at the time. There was a widespread belief that you would sign with WWE at one point. How much of that was real? How much, like, was the return to AEW always a given in your mind, or was it really there was potential you would jump ship?
Well, the interesting thing about fans and kind of going back to what we said earlier about having a career where you
shout out the Masked Man show, by the way,
watch anything online, is that fans, in this day and age, then form their own opinions, and then it becomes, law. Because the opinions spread. So whatever people believed or didn't believe, it's like I was not ever a part of any of it. You know what I mean? Like, and I think the best part is there was so much speculation of what is he going to do, that either way, with the tribalism of wrestling nowadays, there'd be people happy about it and not happy about it. And this is the worst thing ever. And this is the best thing ever. And, I've never really.
It would have made like a huge wave. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. People were expecting him at that Rumble. Now, would it be like the greatest? I don't know. Just seeing Jericho and Danhausen backstage, and then there's so many things that you could have done with Jericho. He could have worked kind of part-time and shit. I just think it wouldn't have fizzled out. Jericho's return has been like, it's already fizzled out. It's already been trash. And no one gives a fuck. And you can see that in the attendances and everything. And it's almost like he's just taking a spot from someone who they could have like been investing time in someone or something like that. I don't know. It's unfortunate. I'm sure they like having Jericho around. Tone's such a mark for Jericho, but what has it done? Nothing. Like less people know his song than ever, even. Right? So there's nothing Jericho can do. Now he's just whittled his name down to Jericho. And then he fucking trademarks the guy who gets beat up by the Demand every week or some shit. It's fucking mental.
Focused on the,
and it's garbage, and it's just more of the same old bad shit. It's just such a shame, and I really hope his deal's up in 27 and we were all swindled.
That side of like, this is terrible and it's never going to work, because to me anything can work, and you always want to do your best to make it work.
To me, anything can work. I disagree, dude. I disagree. So again, we saw Swerve fighting with Bandito. He attacked him at ROH. And I just don't. It's crazy. Swerve is like tweeting shit out. Oh, you wait till you see me on your TV, or why aren't I on their TV and shit? And then he's just at ROH. So Athena retains the ROH World Women's World title. This is at Supercard of Honor, and she is at 1,251 days and counting. She will never be beaten, is what Wrestling Cover says. And yeah, Athena's doing the damn thing. It's just unfortunate, like nobody's there to witness this history. Now, if Tony did keep ROH at the same level it was before let's say the pandemic, and he was able to resurrect it, if you will, and like get it to the same level it was and keep it there, would anybody give a fuck about this reign anymore or less? I actually don't know. But it is unfortunate that Tone had the opportunity with his billions of dollars everybody wants to brag about. He had the opportunity to have this really be something, and have ROH really be something, and be something different, but like what it was, but new, like they could have reintroduced ROH in a whole new light with AEW and shit, and he fucked that up too. And it's so unfortunate that this reign will get mocked and shit, and you have Monet come in with 13 belts. So, oh, well, that girl had 13 of them. So why do I give a fuck that this girl has one? for a long time or whatever. Like that's sort of what they've kind of coached AEW fans a little bit to just not really value these things. Or if that hasn't been their intention, then that's what has happened. And you got to take accountability for that on Tone's part. So speaking of which, Tone and Deonna Purrazzo, we'll play this now because we're going to felt Tone in a minute, but Deonna Purrazzo is a part of this, and they talk about the possibility of ROH having a full pure wrestling show. With pure rules.
3 pure rules matches tonight, which is impressive to a diehard ROH fan. Do you think there's room for perhaps...
Here's the thing. Diehard ROH fans aren't even all fans of the pure rules. So this is the problem. Like nothing's innovative. It's just Tone doing shit that everybody's like, oh yeah, remember when this didn't really work for TNA or for WCW or whatever? So speaking of Athena, she's on this show here.
Club special event focusing on pure wrestling, or is that too risky?
It's a great question. I mean, I would think, first of all, throughout the ROH TV and pay-per-views, it's important to have great pure champions and also contenders coming up and fighting in big pure matches. We've seen a lot of that. It's interesting because on the one hand, I thought it was great having 3 pure matches tonight. I think that's a good balance. It's possibly the most ever on an ROH pay-per-view, I would think. And
it's just not a good balance. So now you want people to think like when I tune into ROH, there's always going to be half the fights are pure rules. Trust me, man, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work.
For doing a whole show like that, I mean, it's an interesting idea. We've had tournaments, obviously, and a lot of great matches with high stakes. Deonna has competed in a lot of great...
If Tone was smart, he'd start a YouTube show right now, ROH Pure. The show would just be called ROH Pure, and it would be where every match is contested under pure rules, and you just do 3 matches a fucking week. 2 or 3 matches with some promos, set shit up. Make it like the pure fucking rules, and then you can say, yeah, and over on ROH Pure, this dude fucking is undefeated over there, but he has had a couple losses here under regular rules here in Ring of Honor. Okay, do that, but he just always goes, this is great, and I did more than any other. He just always wants to brag about like these little tidbits of him inserting himself into wrestling history. That's more than any other pay-per-view ever in ROH history. Pure matches and shit. Like he just marks out over that, and it's like, well, people don't really fucking care about that. You know what I mean?
Pure matches on TV recently. It could be an interesting thing having a lot of pure matches throughout one show, maybe some men's and women's tournaments and eliminators to determine who's in line for a pure title shot. But I know I'd never consider doing a whole show of all pure matches. It's an interesting idea. What do you think, Chip?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's unique about pure rules wrestling is they're still educating the audience in terms
And Deanna's like, yeah, absolutely. I fucking am surprised I even get booked here anymore.
women do it differently than men do it. So I think that the more we see it, the better for all of us within this division. So, I mean, if the boss thinks it's a great job, a great idea, I'm going to have to agree.
Yeah, she's like, please add another show so I can fucking wrestle again because that's what I signed with you to do. And we shout out Deonna Purrazzo. So in other roster news, okay. Carlito, cool, and Bobby Stevenson, Damon Kemp, were backstage at the ROH taping, so maybe Carlito can get a gig. I don't know how Tone didn't see what he was doing in WWE and not think like he could be involved in this shit. Maybe he could do some backstage stuff, some coaching or agenting or producing or whatever. Damon Kemp, if he was backstage, maybe he's just there as a one-off for a tryout, Brian, like Kairi Sane. Or maybe they look at, hey, we can develop this guy, but they just don't develop people in AEW is the fucking problem. So who knows why they're there? Hopefully maybe they were just visiting and maybe they can get jobs and get paid. Tone, like I'm all for Tone hiring everybody. I just want to see him hire some goddamn creative minds and bookers to fucking help the show along a little bit. You know what I mean? So, Chris Masters claims AEW ghosted him after he tried to make contact. So he tried to get in touch with them, and they were just like, yeah, bro, what's up? Tone was like, oh, yeah, I loved you when I played as you in that video game, all those in SmackDown vs. Raw 2008 or whatever the fuck. And then he just ghosted him, man. So it's unfortunate. I don't really know what Tone wouldn't book. He'd be jobbing to Cassidy and shit. So what really matters that he didn't get signed, you know? Or how would that have factored in AEW? I don't fucking know. We have some more news. We have MJF Copin. We got Tony Khan getting felted. We have Darby Allin Cringe as well. We're going to get into this. Make sure you guys vote in the poll. 1's in the chat for AEW Double or Nothing. 2's in the chat for Saturday night's main event. What pay-per-view PLE are you most excited for this weekend? And yeah, man, we got all these ladies out here again. It's like another random, instead of like establishing the tag division more and all of these sorts of things, it's just 8 girl tags and trios girl matches and stuff. Although I'm not mad at any of these ladies. I like the Brawling Birds a lot. I like the Triangle of Darkness or the fucking Sisters of Sin or whatever. I like Athena, you know, I like Mina Shirakawa. So this is all good stuff. Okay, so in other news, guys, Double or Nothing is coming up. Maybe we can preview it at the end of this. Oh yes, Tone brought back the old ROH look, but it's like the old new look in a way. Hard to explain. But let's get into and then we have Mick Foley to talk about. So what are we talking about here? Double or Nothing is coming up, and 2026, this according to the Observer, it's currently the second largest gate ever for All Elite Wrestling in the United States, behind only last year's All in Texas, and 4th in company history behind 2 Wembley Stadium shows in 23 and 24. So yeah, that's a good thing, I guess. Or it's a really good thing. You know, I'm not going to hate on it, but I look at it more like look at the difference in what the TVs are drawing versus the PLEs and stuff. I just think if AEW whittled it down to like 4 major pay-per-views a year and then Tone just went all out, pun intended, with the fucking amount of matches, like, okay, give me a 6-hour show or whatever. I just think he could charge more. It would be a bigger deal. Like you draw like maybe 30,000 people or whatever the fuck. And maybe, and again, 30,000 might be up there, but think about it. If like Jericho and Edge were booked properly or whatever the fuck, Edge and Christian were booked properly and they weren't just buried right in the depths of this thick ass pay-per-view. And like Joe and Ospreay had real hype behind it. Like this shit could draw, man. But this is a pretty goddamn good card, just looking at it face value. I mean, you can always say that. But the problem is this is already a lot of matches. This is Boku matches. Tone's going to add like 10 more, and the 0 Hour is going to get 10 more. So, and they added Mick Foley, which we're about to talk about in just a sec. But the Stadium Stampede, these aren't my official picks, but the build-up's been shit. Nobody cares about Jericho. Hurt Syndicate are like an afterthought in it. Kenny Omega's definitely an afterthought in it. Jack Perry, blah. I mean, he's sort of been booked a little bit better. And then he goes full Cringe Lord online, being like, if you don't like the Bucks, fuck you. Right? And then the Bucks, who are just blah. And then you have like, you know, half of the Demand, the Dogs, and the Callis family. So you build this big ass faction. All these factions have like 10 people in them, and you can't just put 5 of the guys from the fucking 10 guy faction. It's got to be 3 factions combined for one fucking it's just garbage. So that's a garbage match. The I Quit tag team match I mean, that's some 2K type shit. So does one guy quit or do both guys quit? Do you got to quit both guys, or if one of them quits and the other guy's like, no, you quit on us? I don't know, man. That could be interesting. I won't knock it till we try it, but Cage and Cope and FTR, they'll have a solid match. Like looking at from this match on, this is a solid ass card. So Nightingale had to vacate the title. She was supposed to take on Alex Windsor. Why? I don't fucking know. Right? I'm pretty sure, didn't they already fight for this fucking belt? Why isn't one of them in a tag?
Know.
Jesus Christ, right? But Nightingale vacated. So what is Tone gonna do? A casino gauntlet, I fucking guarantee. Or no, Double or Nothing. It's saying Athena versus Shirakawa. Is that for the TBS? Or is that just on the pre-show? Who fucking knows? Nobody knows. But that, I mean, on paper, okay. Then you have Osprey Joe. I mean, if this was in the Fed, if Tone was half a booker, this match would be such a big deal. This match would be such a big fucking deal. And then you look at Bandito is fighting Swerve. Meanwhile, Andrade's nowhere to be found again. He's just getting buried after he was like real over and shit for some reason. They're just like, whatever, here's Bandito because his visa's cleared this time. They're like interchangeable in Tone's eyes. He does not know how to book luchas. I've said that shit for years, by the way. But Swerve and Bandito, okay, they're gonna go out there and it'll be 80 million fucking false finishes, and Dave will give it 5.5 stars for sure. Then you have a 4-way. So Hayter and Statlander versus Shida and Tekla for the women's world title. That's garbage. That's fucking garbage. I don't care what anyone says. This is a throwaway. Tone doesn't know how to book women or luchas. Then you have Okada Takeshita. It should be a way bigger deal than this. It really should be. But this match is fucking... Other than Takeshita losing to Darby, he's gotten none on him so far. And he's been booked pretty fucking well, and well enough to where... it'll be a really good match. Watch them steal the show. I bet that Okada Takeshita match will be my favorite match of the whole night. And Joe will have an awesome match with Ospreay, but Ospreay's not going to sell good for the devastation that is Joe. And so it's going to fucking piss me off. I already know. And then Darby, the hair versus title. I mean, that's going to be like we meme it and look, he swallowed a goldfish, pulled it out of his dick hole, and then fucking put it on the end of a taser and shoved it up Darby's ass, and then threw him off a fucking flaming ladder into a light tube table. Like, that's what we'll be talking about for a couple days, and then we'll forget about it in a week. In a week's time. This, a week from fucking the mask versus mask match will steal the fucking all of the thunder away from that. If Brock Lesnar and Obafemi's segment the next day on Raw doesn't just steal the fucking thunder from that. You know what I'm saying? So it'll just be some garbage we forget about, and Darby's going to kick out of fucking a middle rope, off the middle rope tombstone and shit. And it's just going to be garbage, right? And I'm sorry. Like, I'm glad they did a really good gate. That's off the back of MJF. Let's just be honest. That's MJF in New York drawing this. And otherwise, though, pretty good card, though. Like, just looking at it, I'm like, oh, yeah, a few of these matches I'm actually pretty pumped for. Like Takeshita Okada. FTR Cope, I'm like not as pumped as I should be. I should be more pumped about the Cope and Cage reunion and run. I should be way more hyped for that. Thinking back to when I was a fucking kid and how much Edge and Christian meant to me, and just now how much I don't care is alarming to me, whatever. But I mean, MJF Darby, it's like intriguing. If you're a New York crowd, you want to see MJF win that shit back. Or if they shave his head, that's crazy. I just don't think they'll do that, especially with his hair transplant and shit. You can't just like shave your head, unless it's for a movie role or something, and we just don't know about it. But yeah, Strickland and Bandito will be a banger. And then Osprey Joe, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so we move along and it drew really well. But also Mick Foley will be there, and I'm just interested. Now I got to watch the whole fucking pre-show to see what goes down here. And it's funny how Kevin Knight's not on the fucking card, even though they've been building him up and putting him in and around the main event scene for how fucking long. Crazy that he wouldn't be involved at all. He's just like a side guy that Tone's like, you'll kind of be involved in their story so that he can say this guy will be world champion one day. It's fucking hack and garbage. But speaking of hack and garbage, Mick Foley, and it's announced by Tony Khan, before Double or Nothing, watch the buy-in free before the pay-per-view this Sunday. I guarantee Mick Foley goes out there during the pay-per-view and fucking does a promo and someone interrupts or something. Your new co-hosts are Renee Paquette and Mick Foley. Foley's coming back to TBS where he ran wild as Cactus Jack. So Tone's just marking out. Here's the problem, right? Now, I always say, like, I don't care about people's fucking politics. I really don't. I think it's cringe when people make that their personality or virtue signal about shit. You'll never agree with every politician all the way. WWE stars are going to the fucking White House for UFC, and you have fucking sickos in the IWC like hating on Chelsea Green and shit. Dude, it's an honor to go to the White House. Okay? It's if the president invites you somewhere, it's still the fucking president, okay? Not look at every president. None of them, not everyone loves what any of them, all of them have done 100% all the way. And it's fucking cringe to live your life thinking that you're supposed to. What the fuck? How would that ever? Dude, if someone agrees with you 100% all the time on something, they're fucking, that's a predator, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you agree with someone, that's some weird shit going on. You might have been a clone. Not everybody's going to agree on everything. You have to accept that in the world. Okay? Now, like when it comes to issues like, oh, well, this guy took us to war and this president didn't. Yeah, bonus fucking points, like whatever, right? We got prime ministers over here. So some people reign for like a decade before they fucking leave office. You know, it's different. So my experience with this stuff is different, but it's the same thing here. Like people go crazy over fucking, you know, over everyone's triggered in Canada because Trudeau fucking is dating Katy Perry and all this shit, right? And he's a fucking cringe lord. So, and you know, he dipped out and the current prime minister people are fucking mad about and stuff. And there's people who are going to always be mad at the leadership. But what I hate is when people virtue signal this shit, whatever side you're on, and then you just be a fucking hypocrite for the bag. Mick Foley just money marked in Tony Khan. That's the point I'm getting.
The best
at,
guy is Tony Khan.
Not a political show, not a political rant. It's more of a fucking person, a personality trait, or a fucking calling out a dude who Mick Foley's no better than anybody else. Okay, now let me explain. If you guys don't understand what I'm saying, he's like, I don't fuck with WWE anymore because they fuck with Trump. Meanwhile, all four faces of Foley are in the 2K games. So you let them fuck with your likeness and shit, and you take whatever check they're giving you to use your likeness in 2K and to still be on a Legends deal, which you're still on, by the way. So you'll take that little check, but you're going to go work with Tony Khan, who his family donated millions of dollars to 1 million was disclosed. We don't fucking know overall how many donations that, you know, maybe through their companies and shit have been made to Trump's administration and shit, but the Khans support the Trump administration too. So clearly you don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't know why I hit a yeet. But it's like, again, how many times do I got to say this shit? MJF went on Ariel Helwani and said, yup, I was close to leaving AEW. I was close. John Moxley went on his wife's pod and went, I almost left there. I don't even have to drop the title to Punk. I could walk into the other company. Jericho just worked everybody, made them think he's going to be at the Rumble. The Bucks bragged about it. And the rumors are that the Elite all sat in a room and are like, hey, are we going to WWE? They all would leave. All of these fucking wrestlers are carnies who will work you for your money. Tone's a fucking money mark. There's no other way to break this shit down. There's no other way to assess this. Mick Foley is a virtue signaling rich millionaire fuck, just like the rest of them. He feels guilty about the money he's made in his life or some shit. And so he's got a virtue signal this fucking, that's all it is. And it's cringe as fuck. And I've said this a million times. AEW would go to Saudi tomorrow if Saudi would pay Tone to fucking go there. But they don't want him. They don't want him. And all the guys who you think are the most elite, they're elite, man. They would all leave this company in 1 second if WWE would give them the same type of money. They'd leave in 1 second. If you were allowed to just do whatever you want and you're fucking mocked so you can just ruin and tank their fucking ratings. If WWE allowed him to do that, he would go there tomorrow and take the Saudi money and he'd do the Saudi shows and fucking Mick Foley doesn't care about any of this shit. Okay? He doesn't actually care. At the end of the day, he goes to sleep in his fucking mansion with his millions of dollars. Okay? Just like the rest of these fucking people trying to tell you who to vote for and how to fuck you. Lick my ass. You got fucking people were felting Trudeau. They're like, dude, he made it so. And in Canada, everywhere you go, it's paper fucking straws. You're not allowed to use plastic straws. So he was like at Coachella eating with a plastic spoon and drinking out of like a plastic red Solo cup. And everyone's like, oh, everyone's felting Trudeau. Oh, dude, you're using plastic and shit. So listen, man, it's all a shit show. Fuck all these politicians. You already know how I feel about this shit, right? Like at the end of the day, this isn't about what side you're on. This is just about Foley just took Tony Khan bucks because he don't give a fuck. So is it really that he won't take WWE's money, or did he do some moral grandstanding bullshit because all the fucking, when you're surrounded by millionaires and shit, this is what happens to your fucking brain for whatever reason. All these people feel guilty about the money they made or something. I don't know. They feel guilty that they have millions and like everyone's struggling so hard. Like the regular everyday people, the economy's just in the shit, but it's not them paying more for gas. Mick Foley can fill his tank up in his fucking truck and it doesn't bother him at all. It doesn't matter if it's fucking costs $100 to fill a tank or $20 to fill a tank. It makes no difference to him. So he's like guilty in his soul. So he's got to be like, well, Trump, fuck this company, this MAGA company. Let me go take money from this other MAGA company too. It's fucking cringe. You're a cringe lord, dude. And usually I don't go off on people for this shit, but it's fucking cringe. Okay. Everyone's tired. And on the other side too, the fucking woke motherfuckers. I don't like that shit either. You guys know that. I make fun of it all. But ultimately, Mick Foley don't give a fuck. And I love Mick Foley. Will always be the hardcore god, the hardcore legend, the hardcore icon. I will always cherish what he did, put his body on the line. I will never encourage someone not to go see his show, his one-man show, or read his books or look at him differently for what he did in the fucking ring. Okay? But when people do shit like this, and I criticize CM Punk for the same shit. It was blood dicks people were sucking for money, and then you go over there and now you're apologizing like a little fucking, you don't even stand on your shit. I roasted Punk for the same shit. And it's just like, these guys don't care. They're millionaires. Okay? Fuck them. No, not fuck them, but I love Mick Foley, but like, fuck Mick Foley too for this one. For just the hypocrisy, like the glaring hypocrisy, and just proving all the people right who are like, Mick Foley's just going there for a check, or like he's just saying this so he can get a Tony Khan check. When he originally said that, people were like, he's just saying that to get, and I was like, I don't know. I just think I think that's how he really feels. Nope. Nope. He don't really feel that way, does he? You know what I'm saying? And it's disappointing more than anything. So, yeah. He says he's extremely happy to make his debut with AEW, joining Renee Paquette on the Double or Nothing pre-show. Looking forward to seeing Tony Khan for the first time in many years. We had lunch 15 years ago. Contract tampering. That's illegal. Lock Tony up. And meeting up with AEW's amazing roster. I guarantee you he will get involved in something somehow, or if Darby wins, he'll come out and like hold Mick Foley down while Darby shaves his head, or pardon me, MJF down. Like he'll hold MJF in a headlock while Darby shaves his head or something. And I could see MJF shaving his head for one of two reasons. Either he's got a movie role coming up we don't know about, or part of his hair transplant treatment requires him to shave his head before he goes into another operation or something like that. Operation. And then he's going to do it anyways. That is the only two. Those are the only two reasons I could see if he actually shaves his head. Otherwise, I see this as what I saw it as from the very get-go, from the Jump Street, from 21 Jump Street. It's fucking MJF, or pardon me, Tony Khan juggling the title around before All In because he doesn't give a fuck. And he just wanted to quickly give it to Darby so he could quickly give it back to MJF because Darby's not going to be factored into the world title picture at All In or whatever. And Tone's a bad booker. Although this story, they've been doing what they can with it. You know what I mean? They're doing what they can with it. So, in other random, let me check in with chats here. I see you guys. I was going on an epic rant there, so thank you for your patience. Cashman A for 2 sweet says, Foley is just there to sell tickets, sickos. I mean, yeah, what's their cope? What's their cope this whole fucking time? You know, and that's the problem. And you can't, when you cater to people like that, it never fucking works out because you can never live up to the it's cancel pigs, they're called. You can never live up to the standard of like virtue signaling to motherfuckers. You just can't. Look at Chelsea Green. She's dealing with it right now. He's just there. It's the hardcore god. Okay. What the fuck? So Cashman A's been a member for 17 months. Guys, super chat in. Become a Patreon member, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And that's where the full unedited member show, when we get warnings and shit on, that is the fucking place to go for the entire archive of member shows. And also you can become a member for 99 cents, like Cash Monet, who's been a member for 17 goddamn months. And I do member shows every week. Thank you guys. Those are my plugs. I try to get them in quick. We acknowledge you. 613 for 2 sweet says some more ex-WWE talent on AEW. Got it. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Mick Foley, it's hard to chalk him up as like he's just an ex-WWE guy. It is that, but he's an ex-TNA guy, WWE guy, WCW guy, ECW guy. So, I mean, he is a guy that deserves to get Tony Khan bucks. If anybody deserves it, right, it's him. For him putting his body on the line and creating a bunch of fucking sicko freaks who mostly only enjoy this crash test dummy shit that Darby does. Right? It's like a homecoming for Foley here. It's like Pete Davidson going to the fucking Saudi Arabia comedy festival, right? He's owed this fucking money. So some guy for 2 sweet says, so Mick is a sellout. Yes, dude, that's sellout shit. So being a sellout isn't like, oh fuck, you know, I did a brand deal with Coca-Cola and they pay me shitloads of money and I grew up, I love Coke. Or even if it's like, dude, I actually like Pepsi better, but Coca-Cola pays me and now I rep Coca-Cola or whatever. And like you just do a business move or whatever, that's not selling out. What selling out is when you're like, dude, my soul, man, I can't even work with this company, man, because how they operate, how they do this or that, like, or like, dude, I swear by it, I will never fucking drink Gatorade. Fuck Gatorade. Like if I came on here and was like, man, fuck NordVPN, and then I do an affiliate link with them, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a sellout ass move. That's what Mick Foley did. That's some sellout shit right there. 100%, right? Like people say, I use this example. People say like Gene Simmons is a sellout because he does all these brand deals and there's Kiss coffins. No, bitch. He never said he didn't want to market it and make it the biggest band and have action figures and lighters and fucking caskets and fucking, you know, and blankets and fucking, he does everything, right? He never said his plan in life wasn't to do that or that, you know, but when you set that boundary for yourself, yeah, that's some sellout shit, you know? That's some straight fucking sellout shit. So it's all about getting the full bag. Yeah, well, if that's what you say, if you're like, dude, I just want the bag, I don't give a fuck about whatever else, then okay, good. And selling out isn't monetary either. You can sell someone out. You can sell yourself out. Like, you could sit there and be like, dude, if I ever, like, you can sit there and feel like, oh, if someone laid their hands on a fucking woman, that shit, I would fucking go crazy. And then you see some guy like beating his wife and you don't say nothing or you don't take action. Like, that can feel like a sellout thing. Maybe that's not the best example. It's like a moral dilemma, I guess, but that is you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even just a monetary thing. Like, dude, I will never use that brand of Sea-Doo. They fucking stink. And then you buy that brand because you're fucking, I don't know. It's not just a monetary thing, either. So this is like both. This is like a moral grandstanding he did mixed with it's just a money thing as well. It's a business move. So, you do what you got to do. So you got to call it out, man. You got to call that shit out. I'm telling you, he's going to wrestle Darby. I don't think he'll wrestle. I just think he'll. Well, here's the thing, though. When he ran out during the Sandman shit, what's the difference between him fake punching the air and just fake punching MJF out or something? I think he'll get involved in that shit somehow. He will be involved in that main event segment somehow. They'll put him on the pre-show, and then everyone before the show is going to go, man, why didn't you put him on the pay-per-view? And then he's going to show up like in the main event segment. I guarantee. So... contract tampering, yeah, they're all independent contractors, so there's no contract tampering. Even if it says in your shit like, oh, you can't go work for this person until our time's up, like, maybe they can say you can't negotiate anywhere else. But I just think if that shit went to court, they would fucking lose that. People have said it for decades, but there's just a reason why it's never got to that level, because you can just settle. And again, people will sell out pretty quick for that type of shit as well. Speaking of sellouts, man, Darby Allin is one of these guys who pretends like he's underground and shit, man, but then he's in the Jackass movie, and then he's on this show here where he gets pranked. Actually, he's like, I'm all hardcore, man, and then he like gets scared when Sting fucking ribs him. And that's kind of cringe as well. And he wasn't on this show knowingly. First, though, the Minnesota Twins, they said that they want to see more AEW action at Brawl in the Ballpark. So I called it after they did the mini putt course, the mini golf course. I was like, damn. What other leisurely activities are they going to do next? And they went with baseball, America's favorite pastime, right? So for the first time ever, an MLB game and AEW are teaming up. Brawl in the Ballpark with the Twins, a high-octane post-game event on Friday, July 10 at Target Field. So as everybody's filing out and, all the drunk unks are fucking, chugging down their fucking beer and making their way out of the building, trying to beat the traffic. AEW is going to come out there and do a show. And here's a little clip here. There with Satnam Singh to beat up Top Flight.
You like? Let's go.
What's next, dude? Glow bowling? Are they going to go roller skating next? Jesus. So we move along here. And Darby Allin is on this reality show. We're kind of all over the place, but we're talking about sellouts. So Sting gets tased. Okay, well, first off, here's the police questioning Darby, and he just snitches on himself real quick.
There's a promoter in the hotel that we're going to go sign autographs.
What's your name?
Steve Borden.
What's your name?
Samuel
Oh, he called himself Samuel, dude. Darby is dead. Kayfabe's
He
dead,
had
man.
Cuervo with him the whole time too.
He called himself Samuel instead of Darby Allin.
together?
Yeah.
Listen, we got a call, okay, with a bag of stolen merchandise. We need to see what's in the bag.
You need a
No,
search
we don't
warrant.
need a search warrant. We got probable cause. We got a call. It's got a tracker in it.
Just give him the bag back. We're leaving.
This is now an investigation. You are not free to leave.
Okay. Just show us what's in the bag, and you guys can. If it's not what we're looking for.
Listen, sir, I'm going to tase you if you.
Are you kidding me?
So yeah, Sting gets tased, and then Darby just stands there shook, like doesn't even help his guy out. No.
No, there's not money in the bag. What's wrong with your friend?
I don't know.
Huh?
He's a
Shout out, what is this called? Foul Play on TBS.
man of the Lord. I don't know.
Tase him.
Wait, he goes, he's a man of the Lord. I don't know. Darby's real scared.
I don't know.
Huh?
He's a man of the Lord. I don't know.
Tase him.
He's a man of the Lord. Wait. Just turn around. I'm just going to pat you down. I'm not going to cuff you. Okay?
Oh man, and Darby's just getting felted by a rent-a-cop. So what happens when he's skateboarding down in the mall area, in the strip mall areas, and the rent-a-cops come and they're like, "Oh, dude, give me your, where do you live, young man? Give me your name and let me pat you down."
All right, Sting, take off.
Back up! We cut a runner! Well, that makes you an accomplice right there.
He doesn't need the money. I don't know what the
It makes you an accomplice.
He doesn't need the money.
It's because you're
Okay.
down here with the bag of money, okay?
yeah. No, I didn't.
All right? What's in that can right there?
My face paint.
Okay.
My face paint. Oh my
What's happening?
God.
There is money.
Oh my God, dude. He doesn't need the money. I haven't seen Darby cry and quiver this hard since the promo he's done in the ring this very second. Time cop. Holy shit, man. So speaking of Darby Allin, his opponent at Double or Nothing is, of course, MJF. And he appeared on the Ariel Helwani show. Shout out the Ariel Helwani show, Uncrowned, the boys in the back. And here is MJF honestly just coping and fucking seething and talking about WWE. It's so fucked how AEW is like nipping at the bud to be, okay, they're sitting there like Tone's like, I want to turn the other cheek. We're number 2 though. And we, are just like, hey, we're a challenger brand and all this shit. Any interview they do, it's never just about AEW though. We do these interviews and instead of keeping the focus on AEW, we fucking talk about WWE, and then all the WWE parts get clipped out. And I put a tweet out there that triggered a bunch of fucking sickos, dude. And I was like, listen, and we'll get to it because MJF talks about this, but I was like, if the people who watch Ariel Helwani show, if you watch this MJF interview and then you turn on Dynamite and you see Mike Bailey versus fucking Darby Allin, you're going to shut that shit off. Like that's the exact reason. And that's the exact type of shit right there that turns so many real MMA fans off of pro wrestling to begin with. They grow up past like I want to see face paint and all this shit, unless you're larger than life characters like they feature in WWE. Okay. You see Darby and shit, and you're like, that's your world champion, bro. You're going to shut that fucking show off. And that's the problem. Okay. With MJF begging all of these casuals to watch this fucking show. It's not going to work out. It's going to backfire. And this happened to TNA and this happened to WWE when they got paired up with MMA or WWE, and when UFC and WWE were in each other's periphery, and then you had TNA on Spike TV right after or before UFC or whatever. You saw that fucking gap widen, as far as like the audience we want versus the audience we're getting. So here is MJF. And again, I love when fucking MJF is always in kayfabe. He calls CM Punk a pussy. Oh, it's kayfabe. He puts Bruce Pritchard over. Oh, it's kayfabe. He talks about the bidding war of 24. It's kayfabe. He fucking splashes tequila in a kid's face. It's kayfabe. But then he says shit like, we have an embarrassment of riches, and fucking this is a bullshit rumor, and yeah, I fucking chose AEW over WWE, even though I almost went there. Then that's not kayfabe. Then the sickos at the marks in the IWC, all of a sudden, that's real, though. No, he's shooting there and keeping it real. MJF would leave this fucking company if Tone didn't give this man unlimited time off when he wants it for Hollywood and did not pay him an egregious amount of dollars. And he might leave one day just on principle, just off the same way Jade left. The same way some of these other people left. It doesn't matter how much money you give me, Tone. Blake Monroe, Stephanie Vaquer. You could triple the money, but Tone, I need to go here for my legacy, star power, where I want my career to be. I want to be like The Rock or John Cena. You can't do that with AEW. He doesn't offer that. He just offers a bunch of financial security and a bunch of freedom. So... And again, it wouldn't be a sellout if MJF's like, I want to be The Rock one day. I can't accomplish that without going to WWE. So I'm going to turn down all this money. It would be a sellout move to just take the money and stay comfy. Right? Speaking of sellouts. So anyways, let's get into some of these clips. It's a 3-hour Dynamite, so stay locked in here with PWT, guys.
Has that
shout out Ariel Helwani show
quieted down in your world at all?
For sure. I mean, to be honest, we're freaking white hot right now.
Why? Why do you think?
Outside of me, and I'm not just saying that to be funny, because when you look historically at the most pay-per-view buy rates have me in the main event. The most pay-per-view tickets sold have me in the main event. The most Dynamite tickets sold have me in the main event. These are just facts. But, and as much as it fucking hurts me to say this, Ariel, I don't even want to say it.
Okay.
We have an embarrassment of riches right now in the AEW locker room. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and name every single name because it's exhausting how many incredible professional wrestlers we have. We have, bar none, the best wrestling on television. It's not even close. Sorry. Now, WWE has incredible wrestlers. They're putting on great matches. TNA has great wrestlers. They're putting on great matches. NXT has great wrestlers. They're putting on great matches. But I can look in this camera and say point blank, I feel we put on the best matches. I feel that it's not just a tagline, we're the best wrestle. It's a fact. And, you know, it's gotten to the point now because of the black eyes that were created in the past, right? Which you've discussed ad nauseum on your shows. It was
again, white hot, black eyes that were created, like, and then it's just cope. So now listen to the cope. So he lays it all out there from his perspective, obviously, like, pushing the narrative forward for his company, but I don't believe he believes any of this shit. People have to know that the sickos and the dirt sheets did more harm, and Dave Meltzer did more harm to AEW than anything.
AEW bad for a while just cuz.
It's not AEW bad for a while just cuz. It was WWE bad forever just cuz the evil fed. Okay? People didn't like Vince before you guys came along. Before AEW, people were like, man, fuck WWE already. And dude, WWE's, you know, putting on shitty TV and stuff. It's been WWE bad just because they're the fucking top company, and Vince McMahon, people thought he was spread too thin. So it wasn't AEW bad cuz, yes, for some Twitter fucking sickos and shit, wackos, there were a lot of defensive WWE fans and people who just tried to lay out, hey, AEW won't match WWE's success. It just won't happen. You guys they're selling you a bill of goods. They're fucking lying to you guys. Tone doesn't have what it takes. Maybe he does.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
It was never like just because. Okay? However, it became, we need to hate on this shit because all the AEW fans started going, you don't know pro wrestling. WWE's wrestling for babies. You don't know real wrestling. Fucking real graps. Tony Khan's going to pay everyone and give them healthcare and shit. And then when he didn't do that, everyone's like, where's the healthcare? How dare you? You know, there's been false doxing campaigns. There's fucking co-opting the dirt sheets. There's all of these things that have happened. And Tone being ignorant and unwilling to listen to outsiders, and also shadow banning people to the fucking shadow realm, ghosting people and releasing them, fucking all of a sudden like calling Dave Meltzer on the phone. Like over the years, these are the things that make it AEW bad. And he's saying for a while at the beginning, it wasn't just that. Okay. Now, there were a lot of people like Jim Cornette who were like, with the Bucks and Omega and these guys, you're not going to accomplish what you think you're going to accomplish. And he was just fucking right. It's that simple. Now, did Jim ever say AEW is going to die? I don't fucking know. It doesn't really matter. Okay? Because since then, we've seen Rampage die, and we've seen them Tone book himself, and like there's never any, hey Tone, you shouldn't have talked this shit that you were talking. It's just AEW's bad because. No, dude. In the beginning, it was AEW's good because, and the reason for that was because we didn't even know what they were actually going to be able to do and pull off, and what Tone was going to do in years to come. But everybody gave it a chance, and the proof in that is by the ratings they drew and the houses they were drawing early on. And a bunch of people were like, hell yeah, an alternative. Way more. It became AEW bad, not because, but because the fucking sickos and the safety protocols and fucking people getting paid insane amounts of money, and then all the ex-WWE guys coming over, and then they're copying ex-WWE shit, and then they're booking the Butcher and the Blade. They give them a huge rollout, and then they just don't do shit with them. And then they have the legless guy in the fucking Battle Royal, and all of these things that make people go, they're not serious. And then the sickos run you off and run fucking Kat Dennings off from being a wrestling fan, and are still doing it to this day. AEW's way better. AEW's the truth, man. It's just the best. And, you know, just all the sicko shit, man. That's what that, and then Tony Khan doubling down and tripling down and fucking leaning into catering to those people.
After the Black Eyes. Now, there was a reason to say AEW bad because some bullshit was going on. In 2026, there's nothing to say, man.
There is a lot to say. There's a lot to say. The booking's horrendous, and Tone hasn't given up the fucking pencil. Some guy for too sweet says, word of the day, sellout. Exactly. You do this sellout shit where it comes out, Tone's got Rita Chatterton on fucking on salary, and they're signing Mick Foley after Mick Foley said he fucking can't work with a company that supports Trump. Meanwhile, the Khan family donated millions to the Trump fucking administration. It's shit like this, bro. Okay, the co-opting Tony Khan earlier this year, at the end of last year, calling Dave Meltzer on the phone, bro, live on his show. Dave admitting that in 2019, Tone was calling him going, I promise I won't do bad dynamites. Bro, yes, there is a lot to say. Tone booking himself into a position where he just fucked himself with Warner Bros. And Paramount. You know, these are reasons to be like, dude, AEW's cooked. Having Darby Allin as the world champion is a reason to say AEW's cooked right now. Okay?
Putting on great show after great show. We were up in houses year over year in most territories in the U.S.
Wrong. Why was Dave saying that Dynamite was struggling to sell tickets? He even said that before this show. He thinks it's odd. Even Dave Meltzer's like, why is Double or Nothing selling this much? But the Go Home show, 3-hour fucking live Collision Dynamite, why isn't that selling? Because you guys aren't up.
Pay-per-view buy rates are up, and
pay-per-view buy rates are not up. That's a lie. You're incredulous.
I'm about to be in the main event of the second biggest.
But again, he's just working. Like everything MJF says is a work until the sickos go, well, this part's not a work. It's all a work.
Grossing.
He knows he's lying. He knows he's fucking lying.
Pay-per-view in the history of our company. Now, in speaking about the history of our company, what I think is so cool when you go to social media now, if there is a post that says AEW bad, it used to just be like, yeah, you're right. Screw AEW. I'm just going to stick with my TNA, my MLW.
This isn't true either. Okay. Back when you would say AEW stinks, everyone would be like, How fucking dare you? You don't know Graps. Blah. Ever since the Nicolo Piccolo situation where all of the Ron bots got fucking deleted, now it's less. It's less people melting down, but it is more bot activity. You can fucking see it, man, outright. Like, you get way more body accounts that are just full-blown, like, this person gets 0 impressions and all they do is glaze AEW and hate on the Fed all day. Whereas if you look at my Twitter, I fucking put over tone. I put over good stuff that I see from all wrestling shit, and I bury all wrestling shit. Okay? People just don't melt down about the WWE stuff. And I would say it's actually subsided a little bit. And there's more WWE wackos who are like, who will come in and be like, get upset when you fucking... I would say there's more wackos out there. Would you guys agree? There's more like full-blown anti-AEW accounts that are popping up that are like AEW stinks and like AEW is terrible, you know, like AEW holds L's and shit. You see way more of these accounts popping up now. And it was just, it's what a response is to all the NPC bot AEW accounts. So I would say MJF's off, and that's just what his algorithm's feeding him. Again, the algorithm just feeds you what they think you want to see. And I get accounts too that I don't follow that are constantly in my feed that are just anti-AEW. And I try and do my best to like avoid that shit because I don't need to only see anti-AEW. Like, I don't like to only see that. I never have. I try and stay super optimistic about AEW. Let's get through
my WWE, what have you. Now it's like, you're not watching the show. Just say you're not watching the show because you're clearly not watching the show. Oh, I watch the show. Okay, what's happening? Bullshit. Oh, all right. So you don't watch the show, and that's fine, right? Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that our show is for everybody. No product is for everybody, but we are white hot right now because we're having incredible matches. We have incredible rivalries, and we put on incredible pay-per-views. And I genuinely feel that we have the best wrestling show weekly.
See, the problem is if I was MJF, dude, I would be like, Twitter, what the fuck is that? All I know is we're fucking up year over year. I wouldn't even address that dumb shit. These guys are all dum-dums, okay? And they don't know how to get AEW over. Hire me and I'll teach you all how to get AEW more over. So everybody's praising MJF. Well, we'll circle back to that. He reveals why staying with AEW over signing with WWE wasn't a difficult decision for him. But then in the same interview, he talks about how I was really close to leaving. And it's like, you fucked up. You're just saying anything, literally saying anything.
When we last spoke almost 4 years ago, could you believe it? It's unbelievable.
It's fucked up.
You told me about the bidding war of 24.
It's very real.
Yes.
Yeah.
How close
the fakest thing ever
did it get to you leaving?
Just like I told you last time, you know, pretty close.
Well, when we spoke, you had just signed?
So literally, listen to the quote, like Ariel, he reveals why staying with AEW over signing with WWE hasn't been a difficult decision. But right there, he just said it was pretty close to him going to WWE. It's just like, buddy, be like, what the fuck is WWE? Like, dude, I beat all their top guys. I'm the real world champ. I'm going to shave this jabroni's fucking head, or I guess it's just hair. I'm going to take my title back in New York. New York's where my stomping grounds. I don't even know what they're doing over there. Were they going to sign me? Everybody wants to sign me. That's what the fuck you say. But instead, he just is a hypocrite here. And then everybody's like, well, what the fuck? Which one is it?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember where we were at on that.
But you didn't go to like, I thought that you would go all the way to the end to test the waters. You didn't do that. You signed well before. Why didn't you?
I wouldn't say well before, but I signed before, but not
you even talk to them?
I can't legally answer that question.
Yes, of course you can.
But let's use our brains.
It's just why he's bullshitting right there. Helwani's like, of course you can talk about that. And then MJF he's going to cope.
Okay.
Wouldn't you fucking want MJF on your roster?
Of course.
Oh, there you go. That's actually not cope. That was a good bar.
So there's your answer.
I thought it was going to like truly come down to the wire.
Yeah, it didn't have to.
Was it tough?
Was it tough? No.
Really?
No.
How come?
You have to know your worth. And I know my worth. And my worth was built because of the legacy that I'm building in AEW, right? There is something very enchanting to me, no matter how much money did or does or will gets thrown at me. And trust me, it was a lot hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It was fucking a lot hypothetically. It doesn't matter because I care about my legacy more than anything, as I discussed on TV, which is why I cannot get my head shaved this Sunday, because that's a part of my legacy is my hair.
Of course.
The idea of going down as the greatest.
He's great. Here's the thing. He is great when he's doing this. So exactly what I said. I wouldn't even address Twitter. He's just like, yeah, part of my legacy is my hair and shit. This is great stuff from MJ.
Of all time is really important to me. And I also think that there's something very special about being able to say that with having never worked there. I think that that's really cool. I think the idea of that happening in the wrestling world, and to me, the Mount Rushmore of professional wrestlers turned actors are Dave Bautista, John Cena, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Those are the only ones.
As you know, Mount Rushmore has how many heads? 4. My goal is to be that 4th head.
Okay, we'll give Piper his due because he's on there. If those guys are on there, and also those are the only ones to seriously do it besides Hulk Hogan. The fuck are you talking about?
And if I could pull that off on my name alone.
And Hulk Hogan was super unserious. So listen to MJF. Tone is funding him to come and go as he pleases in AEW so that he can establish his Hollywood legacy before he ever goes to WWE. That's what he's going to try and do. And I've pointed this out time and time again. Time and time again. He's building his nest for years on PWT. I've been talking about exactly this. You know, if you just pay attention, you know exactly what MJF's doing. He's executive producing fucking the Iron Claw. That's why he doesn't care if his character gets cut a little bit. You know, he's in it for only a little bit and he gets the rest of his shit cut out. He executive produced that film. Okay, MJF's gonna build a nest in Hollywood on Tony Khan's dime, and then he's just gonna jump ship to WWE as one of the faces. He did it outside of WWE, though. He will go there one day. It will happen, but it's just, and it'll happen once he gets paid so much from Hollywood and AEW, because what he's doing in AEW is how WWE would treat him if he was big in Hollywood. You guys get it? They'd pay him a shitload of money and let him show up whenever, like Roman Reigns. Right? He could keep a Roman Reigns schedule easy and work in Hollywood. So MJF wants to accomplish, he wants to go to WWE and just be on like a Legends schedule without putting the work in WWE first, which is kind of gangster if you can pull that off. And I think MJF might actually pull that off. I'm not even doubting the guy. But that's been his plan. So again, Tone's just a fucking money mark, and I feel bad for Tone. Right? I got to keep pointing this out until some fucking dirt sheet steals what I'm saying and fucking runs with it, and someone else takes credit for it.
The legacy that I built on my own back, not from a machine, just the Maxwell machine, I think it would feel all the more sweeter. Never say never in this business. Ever. Right? We know a guy who said never, ever, never, ever, right? You can never say never in this business. But I'm just telling you where my brain is right now at 30 years old today.
Yeah, he's good. He's good to go.
Well,
so we move along here. And CWJ45 says, hello, honest question. If MJF signed with WWE, who would have drawn more money, Oba, Trick, or MJF? I don't fucking know. In my honest opinion, he would be third. No hate, just my opinion. I don't fucking know. As things stand right now, in the long run, MJF's net worth might end up being more than the highest out of those three. That wouldn't shock me. If we're talking drawn just in the wrestling business, yeah, I mean, like, okay, who's more over and a bigger star right now? Probably Oba and Trick right now. More people know who they are than MJF. Maybe MJF's close to like Trick, but Oba, come on, man. That guy's like, and a lot of that's because of Brock, but it's not like it's going to go anywhere. Like Oba's that fucking dude. It's hard to tell. We don't have time machines, right? Like we don't know. I think MJF could absolutely go down as one of the greatest of all time, considered in the conversations with Shawn Michaels and shit. He can accomplish all that. Again, like he said, he's only 30. Let's say he's in AEW for 3 more years. And in those 3 years, he books, 2 movie roles that change his life. Let's say he produces something else that's successful and he has a couple more, or he has like 1 more world title reign. Then he goes to WWE and he's still getting Hollywood gigs, right? Like his foot is getting in that door. And I don't deny that he could be a bigger star than Oba or Trick, right? But like right now, let's say if he came into WWE in the bidding war of 24, let's say 2 years ago he was in WWE against like Trick and Oba and them. I don't know. I think Oba would still be the most over just because of how they've booked him. I don't know what would they book MJF to do. He could still be in NXT for fuck's sakes, for all we know. So he could be like outdrawing Dynamite just on him alone if he was in NXT. But would he go to NXT? I don't know. So we move along here, but thank you for that super chat and that question. It's a fun thing to think about, dude. It really is. So MJF has lofty goals for the remainder of his career. Here's him talking about some of the legends. Speaking of which, right, guys who are
my career's over. I genuinely think that people are going to hold me in the same reverence as that guy or Sean or Austin.
He has to leave AEW, though. We can all agree on this. He has to leave AEW and go to WWE. 100%. Now, could he be the next Cody Rhodes? And what do you mean by that, Phil? Well, let me tell you, Phil, in my brain. If you're a guy built outside of the next AJ Styles / Cody Rhodes, okay? But Rhodes is in a different category than AJ Styles for this reason. AJ Styles was brought in and Vince was like, squish him, pal. Like he didn't see shit in him. Look at what AJ accomplished, right? But he was a guy who came in, main roster, big debut at the Rumble, treated like a main event guy, was feuding with Jericho right away, catapulted into the fucking main event scene because he was so goddamn good and getting over with the crowds and shit. And he was himself the whole way through, doing his old fucking moves, multiple title reigns, ended up having a great time being booked by Vince. Like Vince, I think, booked AJ Styles fucking tremendously, I think. Some of it wasn't the best. Some of the fucking, okay, he's a heel now and he's just with Omos and whatever. I know some of it, you're kind of like, whatever. I could do without this. And then maybe Shinsuke AJ, there could have been more heat there. But at the end of the day, AJ's legacy, we remember it for what it is because he was booked well by Vince, right? You got to give him that. So Rhodes is different in that he left WWE, but let's just take that out of it. Let's say Rhodes really, really, like he was in WWE, built his name, Mania's Intercontinental title, all of that shit. But he sort of like refurbished his brand and rechanged the way, I'm a redact with that one. He changed the way that people viewed him by going on the indies and like rebuilding himself up through AEW in many ways. And proving he was a draw on the fucking indies. And he was. If you saw him during that run, like Rhodes was a fucking draw on the indies, obscure indies, all the way up to through ROH, TNA, all the way up to he's going to Japan, all the way up to there. He's doing his own show all in, essentially, right? He was fucking drawing through all of those, every Fed he went to. He was the Mercedes Monet of that era. No. But WWE, and this is what MJF wants. WWE came to Rhodes and was like, we want to bring you in, same name, the gimmick you're doing now. You're going to be the most over guy. We have a multi-year plan that The Rock came in and did sort of change, but then they didn't change. Plans played out like Rhodes, if you believe the rumors, he went into biz for himself. He got his he got that title. It was like WrestleMania 2 in a way. But Rhodes was brought in as like, we're bringing you in. It's like bringing in Ric Flair to the WWE. You're Ric Flair, daddy. We don't got to change a goddamn thing. You're going to be catapulted to the title right away. And if it works, it works. You know, with Rhodes, it clearly worked. And he's one of the pieces they've built the company around post Roman's reign and post or during that era, you know, because Roman's definitely one of those pillars right now. And I'm going off on a tangent here, but MJF wants to be brought in as like, you're coming in as this heel. We're going to push you to the moon right away. You're MJF. You're just MJF. No name change. We're going to roll you out like you're a big fucking deal. Like, think about it. They brought Rhodes in. He just beats Rollins, who's been there grinding, just beats him at fucking WrestleMania. That's crazy, dude. And beat him 2 or 3 times as well in a row. Right? So MJF wants that, and he can accomplish that, but he has to go there to accomplish that. He has to go, like, in order to be considered, like, even in the Cody Rhodes and the John Cena's, if he wants that, it won't just be through AEW. He has to go to WWE. And that's a long way of me getting there, but I think that rant makes sense.
Or Rock. And I believe that whole Flair. I believe that wholeheartedly. Look, man, I've only been on national television for 6 years, and I've been involved in some of the craziest, coolest moments, matches, promos, as wrestling fans like to say it. And I'm only 30. So
the coolest shit he ever did was against MJF. I'm redacted. Was against CM Punk. The coolest shit MJF ever did was against CM Punk, for sure.
I'm kind of
These goddamn letters in everybody's names.
Running this shit, bro. And if I keep up at the pace that I keep now, I do think I'm going down as the GOAT. My career's over. I genuinely think that people are going to hold me in the same reverence as that guy or Sean or Austin or Rock. And I believe that whole Flair. I believe that wholeheartedly. Look, man, I've only been on national television for 6 years, and I've been involved in some of the craziest, coolest moments, matches, promos, as wrestling fans like to say it. And
okay, so sorry, we're looping there. My bad. So we move along here, and MJF weighs in on his controversial stance on Bret Hart. He has 2 controversial stances. We'll actually circle back to those. So MJF says right now wrestling fans are a little bit disenfranchised with WWE and TKO. And then he's like, it's a cool time to be an AEW fan and an MJF fan. That's cope. And then he talks about Nick Khan a little bit, and let's listen to this. And MJF's smart. He goes, oh yeah, Bruce Pritchard is my friend, and I like Nick Khan, and Roller Coaster, yeah, he's my best friend, and Punk's a great wrestler. He's a fucking pussy, but that's him working, because when he wants to go to WWE one day and revisit his feud with Punk and stuff, I'm sure. But yeah, here's him putting over Nick Khan, but also being critical, which is cool. But again, it's just like, how do we pick and choose what's kayfabe and what isn't? Right? At the end of the day, he's not trying to burn bridges either, you sickos, because he will go there one day, and he knows he's not stupid. He knows that he needs to go there one goddamn day.
Now,
let's listen.
I have talked about Jolly Old St. Nick before. I'm a Nick Khan fan. I like Nick Khan. I understand what Nick Khan's doing. Nick Khan's job, this is WWE, this is AEW. Nick Khan's job is to do this and to make everybody look at this. And it makes sense. It's smart. But we also have to be smart about what sources we listen to. So I believe this was last week. There was something WWE sources are saying that AEW is struggling to get a TV deal.
Now, again, if we're going to play conspiracy theorist here, it wasn't WWE that said that. It was Niccolo Piccolo, but everybody's been instructed not to talk about him. And so Tony Khan got Dave to leak a fake story. And you can say this is a conspiracy if you want. He phones him on the phone. They text. Dave's admitted to all of this. He said that Tone's made him promises, and Dave's admitted to pushing for certain things to happen.
Guys, Tony Khan.
You just have to listen to their words. And if you're mad at me, if you're mad at your boy Phil for pointing that out, don't be mad at me. Be mad at Dave. You just have to listen to his own words, and you realize he's just hurt AEW.
Poor people don't like AEW.
And so, you know, we take a look over here, and John Alba is like, of course he's weighing in and sweeping. So just to detour a little bit, John Alba posts this, notable. And so here's Tony Khan saying, I saw a report today that somebody in WWE is telling people within WWE, talking about AEW's next TV deal and talking about what we're doing. And I was surprised by that. And all I'll say is, what they said could not be further from the truth. They're entitled to their opinions. I've been trying to be respectful to them and try to conduct myself as a gentleman. And then for them to go on background and spread these things, I'll just turn the other cheek. So see, Tone is like, Jesus would turn the other cheek. But it's like, no, dude, you're being a piece of shit. You are trying to play moral high ground and say WWE leaked stuff out. No, they told Dave, who's a fucking con artist liar. And you know what you're doing, buddy. And so they circumvent Niccolo Piccolo and what he's saying because they're under direct orders not to bring him up, and Tone got Nick fired. Whatever you think about Nick is your own opinion. That's fine, but that's what this is. Okay, we all can't deny that. And then Dave leaks it out because he makes shit up all the time. And then Tone and all of these guys are instructed to, or not instructed, but they have the plan of reacting to it in the media row that they're doing leading up to Double or Nothing, to try and be like, we're just being the bigger people than WWE. They're kicking the little guy. That's the narrative they're trying to push. And that there's some sort of surge going on that nobody's seeing. So again, Tone and Dave, like, it's just the dirt sheets are co-opted. He knew to ask this. John Alba goes, notable. No, it's not really notable. Why wasn't it notable when Niccolo Piccolo was saying shit? But now it's notable to shut it down and deny these things. So this guy here goes, funny how a couple days ago, that same report is being taken as gospel truth. AEW wasn't getting renewed and was about to die. But when TK checked it, now it's Meltzer made it up to attack WWE. And then this guy goes, I really don't think any of this is that complicated. WWE higher-ups said it to Dave, knowing it could become public leverage. And who knows, they may think it is true. Oh my God, dude. They're not telling it to Dave unless they're trying to make him look like an asshole. Tony used this platform to try to discredit it. It's not much more complicated than that. Niccolo Piccolo goes, not complicated at all. Dave was fed that story and the group chat. In the group chat, I think is what Nick means to say. And he goes, Tony used this platform to discredit it, but only after planting it with Dave. And so, yeah, John just ignores them because they're all instructed to ignore this guy, where they can't disprove what he's saying. That's the thing. Nobody can disprove what the motherfucker's saying, and he ain't got sued. So until Nick gets sued, it's like, and I'm not advocating for that, but it's like, what should we not believe him? Does he not rep some of the biggest names? Did he not help? And this is what I asked Nick, and he kind of dismissed it. He's like, no, because it's all business. But I don't think it all is when it comes to AEW. I think that there's some heat there because think about it, man. He's repping. I mean, he's copped to repping all these people. So if I say names, they should be public at this point. But he was repping Jade. He repped Rusev and shit. These are people who, like Blake Monroe, these are people who turned down money to stay in AEW, and Tone was confused and hurt by it that Jade didn't stay in AEW and Blake Monroe. Look at how bum-hurt the sickos were over that shit. So it's like, don't you think maybe they know? Because didn't that guy Barry Bloom or whatever his name was, didn't he get like a bunch of heat back in the day because he was teaching the boys how to negotiate and get the maximize the money in WCW and shit? So some of these fucking agents have gotten heat in the past. So I think there might be something underlying there too that was never really talked about, more than just like him saying the catering sucked and then having fucking, crash outs on, no, I'm just joking, but just like responding to all these fucking sickos and, mixing it up with them and fucking arguing with all these people and blah, blah, blah. I think it's more than that, But this guy goes, John, it's embarrassing that you would think someone high in WWE is going to randomly tell Dave what Niccolo Piccolo has been saying for months on this app only a week after John McMullen wrote this article. Tony needed Dave to create this narrative so Tony could address it. Exactly. That's all it is. They just needed to shoot it down, but they can't go, no, this isn't true, because then people go and look where it came from, and then they see Nick, and they all are not allowed to talk about Nick, and not Nick Khan, but Nick Lopiccolo, and then here's MJF putting over Nick Khan.
Liquids entirely of ass juice.
A little bit, but while also shitting on WWE.
Bro. Warner is over the moon with us. That would be like Coca-Cola sources are saying that Pepsi makes their liquids entirely of ass juice. It's like, let's look at the source and then judge on it, right? So it's like that was weird.
So the source is Dave, and that's what we all did, and you're fucking coping right now. This is an ugly cope for MJF because you're sweeping for Meltzer.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
And get planted?
Yeah, of course. It's a game of trying to control the media and trying to control the way people think. Because for the longest time, it was very easy, as I was saying earlier, AEW bad. Yeah, AEW bad.
See, I'm so tired of like all these AEW wrestlers thinking everybody's retards and we just can't think for ourselves and we can't discern these things. They're just going to teach them how to think. Yeah, that's what every brand does. Like NFL, they teach you, hey, there's going to be this, and then halftime, and then a post show, and like, yes, there's something to training your audience. It doesn't mean everyone's fucking stupid and dumb and not intelligent and poor and low IQ and all this fucking bullshit, always blaming fucking people and the fans. Put on a good show and maybe try training your audience a little bit, and maybe they'll tell you what they like. Try listening to real people who fucking give you a real opinion on things, and maybe they'll tell you, hey, this fucking Stadium Stampede's never drawn. Look at your video game. It's never drawn a
poor
dime.
people don't like AEW.
It was some fucking thing that you guys did in a video game and during the COVID era, and it's never fucking drawn besides that.
Well, now people are a little disenfranchised with seeing their favorite wrestlers be asked to take a 50% cut, or they're a little different.
That is bullshit. Like, I don't like to hear wrestlers taking cuts when we're here in WWE. TKO's bringing in billions. I don't like that as much as the next guy.
With the show as a whole, and they're going.
That doesn't mean you're gonna say fuck this company. I'm gonna go watch these guys do shit that I don't like, that I don't understand. Well, fucking Darby Allin's the world champion, and my nephew could beat his ass. What the fuck are we doing?
Maybe I should give this AEW thing a look.
No, because that's the problem too. Oh, they're disenfranchised because what the guy shoot gets paid. Oh, poor baby. He went from getting $3 million to $1.5 million to fucking enjoy catering and have Danhausen make fun of him for 30 seconds on SmackDown. And, you know, poor babies. People don't give a fuck about that, and it's not going to make them watch AEW. This is the biggest cope. Like, do I have to play the fucking thing? You are coping. Like, Jesus Christ, buddy. Fuck me. Wrap it around your thick skulls, dude.
Oh shit. They're talking positively about AEW.
Yeah, well, over in AEW we get way less viewers and our attendance is way less, and we're like having a surge right now, and we get paid millions, and it's all warranted, and nobody cares that you get paid more money to fucking wrestle in front of less people. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? No one cares about that. How the fuck does that make anybody go, yeah, I'm gonna check out AEW? Fuck beans.
What can we do here? Right now, again, I'm not coming for anyone. I'm not saying anything negative. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. It's a smart business tactic, but it's a business tactic nonetheless. And I do think it's very disingenuous when people pretend it's not.
Okay, well, it's disingenuous that you motherfucker know that Tone leaked that to Dave, and Dave's the one who is the source on that. And then he just lied and said it comes from WWE. Just like when Dave said, oh, we have internal memos about fucking Warner Bros. He's lied on AEW's name too. This is a huge L Fucking flutes in the chat for Maxwell Jacob Fraudman on that one, dude. Sweeping for fucking Dave. Cringe. So MJF, though, he was kind of based. He showed up on this baseball night in New York.
Did the lights just go out or something? What just happened here? Two lovely ladies. Can you two dorks just get me a chair, please? Sal the Jinx, right? I know you. Yeah, you screwed the whole entire franchise over a couple years ago, right? I know you.
So he's doing his thing. We got a lot to get through here, though. And so MJF, he had a couple controversial things to say. First of which, he trashed Netanyahu.
I've said outright, and if this offends you, I'm sorry, but I'm not in support of what's going on.
People are like based big Hebrew, 18K likes. People are calling him
right
based
now in Israel. I think a lot of stuff that's going on right now is super inhumane, and I can't back it. And I personally don't like Netanyahu. Not a fan. I've said out loud I'm not a fan. I've said outright. And
so there you go. There's some controversy. He also had this to say about Bret Hart, which got everybody in a
What's your beef with my guy?
who's your guy? Bret Hart? I don't have a beef with Bret Hart. I cut an incredible promo on Bret Hart in the very first Double or Nothing, which full circle, Double or Nothing's happening this Sunday.
Yes.
He's just bitter, salty vagina, sandy vagina, rather, maybe both, towards Bret Hart, because Bret Hart held up the title the one time and they were like, Bret Hart loves us, but then he thinks them in the Owen Hart tournament's a fucking clown show.
May 24th. See how fucking good I am.
That is good. I mean, I'd like to think I teach.
That was your hard.
Yeah. No. But I just saw him.
I've got no beef. I just think, look, man, this dude got rocked by Bill Goldberg, like to the point where he had to retire.
That's so fucked to say.
Sure.
He's saying crazy shit all the time, and 99% of the time it doesn't make sense. I just think homie's punch drunk, and like God bless him.
Dude, I love this. I'm sorry, and I love Bret Hart, but this is a great promo.
Could be. He's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. He's no Shawn Michaels, but he's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time.
He's so much better than Shawn Michaels. With all due respect to Shawn.
In what world, though?
In like actual wrestling.
I have a reason to like.
Ariel, you fucking mark actual wrestling. No, what the fuck does that even mean?
Pretend Shawn Michaels isn't better than Bret Hart because he's like the WWE NXT guy.
Sure.
But like, I'm just not going to sit here and do that. He was the better talker. He was more athletic in the ring. He was the better wrestler. He was more exciting. He drew you in more. Bret was good at a time period where, you know, he was able to get away with being this incredible like work rate guy. His promos were good, but they weren't fucking like
real.
Whoa. Did you hear that? Did you ever go to school and go, did you hear that Bret Hart promo?
Absolutely. Loved him.
Come on.
Loved it. Coolest guy. Coolest guy.
I will say.
Walked out there, you wanted to be like him.
I don't get it. I think it's because he was Canadian and you're Canadian.
Nah, the hair, the glasses, the pink, the black.
I hope people realize I'm not even talking shit. I'm literally saying out loud, this dude is a legend.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer. He will go down as one of the all-time greats. But when you put him like bar for bar against Shawn, I never understood that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Shawn Michaels is more of. It's hard, man. Bret Hart is the reason the fucking Attitude Era happened. You know, him and Stone Cold. And Shawn Michaels was a big part of that too. And I think he is one of. I would just rate Shawn Michaels above Bret Hart. Look, if I had to rank them, but again, for different reasons. Who was I more invested in? I was such a fucking DX mark. Like, I don't know. To me, HBK rates for me. I do love Bret Hart though, but it's hard. You know, they both came in and they both rate in an era where like they were needed in those for the Attitude Era to even be what it was. I think Shawn Michaels needed to be there. I think all the people that were there, Stone Cold, Bret Hart, before he left, granted, but you know, Undertaker, all of these guys needed to be in the right place. Triple H, otherwise it wouldn't have happened the way it did. So, and then his feud with Stone Cold, obviously, like he was the good guy, but people were booing him, but he was the bad guy, and that was really the crux of the Attitude Era. It was a bunch of people who were bad guys that everybody was cheering, you know. We have got some We have got some, ladies and germs. We got some Tony Khan Cringe to get into. And, or should we save the Tony Cringe? We'll play one Tony video here. Okay, so this is Tone's response to the WWE higher-ups. We'll do like an ultimate cringe Tone segment.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Or maybe we'll skim through some of these because they do age out a little bit with the matches he's promoting. I don't know. Here is Tone talking about the TV deal or whatever the fuck.
I saw a report today that somebody in WWE is telling people within WWE, talking about AEW's next TV deal and talking about what we're doing. And I was surprised by that. And all I'll say is that what they said could not be further from the truth.
He wouldn't know. You wouldn't know, and you're lying, and you guys made up a story with Dave.
And they're entitled to their opinions. I think, I've been trying to be respectful to them and try to conduct myself as a gentleman. And
see, he looks at this as like a weird victory. Yeah, so they're talking about us, and I'm just being a nice guy. I've been a nice guy, guys. You're a fucking cringe lord, buddy.
And then for them to go on background and spread these things.
He's trying to play the moral high ground now because he thinks that he should have did this years ago. He should have never talked shit about the Fed.
I'll just turn the other cheek.
Because it's fake. I'll just turn the other cheek, man. Okay, but if people just look up the shit you've talked, people just type in, has Tony taken shots at WWE? They see all the shit that's come up. So you fucked yourself already. And again, he's trying, like, he thinks that like Triple H or Ari Emanuel or Nick Khan or any of these guys wouldn't see him doing this and wouldn't go, this guy's a piece of shit. And Ari Emanuel fucking advises Mark Shapiro and all these fucking names you hear, okay? And he advises Ellison. That's where AEW is gonna, that's where Warner Bros. Is going. Okay, AEW's cooked, man.
And
if you can't accept that, I'm so goddamn sorry, but people aren't dumb enough to not see through this bullshit Tone's doing here either. This is like rich guy schmoozing. You know what I mean? Like you go and rich guys schmoozing other rich guys' asses. Fuck out of here, dude.
Maybe a couple years ago, I wouldn't have done it like that. Thank you.
Maybe a couple years ago, I wouldn't have done it like that. I would have freaked out and been like, I'm not Jim Crockett. Fuck you. I'm not Vern Gagne. I got more money than the Gagnes. Than the original Sheik. So here's Tone, man. Here is Tone. Here is his broadcast. He's at the lockers. He's at the middle schooler, the lower grade lockers here, okay?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
You know, some of those schools where like the fucking you go in Canada, it's like fucking some places have middle school, I guess, but it's like elementary school. You got like the 8th grade lockers are on one end of the school, and then you got like the kindergartners to like grade 3 or 4s is on the other end. You know, Tone is in the kindergarten locker room area, okay, for this one.
Hey, it's
we
great to see.
might skim through this one. It's so echoey. It's like tinfoil, and he goes, "Hey," and the acoustics are so bad.
And it's about to be an awesome weekend of pro wrestling.
It sounds like he's trapped in a soda can.
Tomorrow night is AEW Collision right here in Salisbury, Maryland, live.
And look at how his shit is like his belt's too big. He just dresses like a little kid. He's got the one button because he just quickly panicked after 2 fucking triple espresso, triple cup tones, double cup tone, triple espresso special. Right? Tone's just buzzing and flying off the walls.
On TNT and HBO Max. But before then, minutes from now, we have ROH Supercard of Honor. We've had some great ROH shows lately. Last night was the Supercard Showdown on ROH TV. And if you missed it, we had some incredible matches. We had the ROH 6-man World Tag Team Champions. The 6-man titles on the line. It was STP, Shane Taylor Promotions, Shane Taylor and the Infantry, retaining.
See, it's STP, Shane Taylor Promotion, Shane Taylor and the Infantry. Holy man, the worst marketing guy of all time.
The title against Eddie Kingston.
Let's fast forward a bit. Oh, Eddie Kingston.
Mance Warner and Ortiz. It was a
Mance Warner and Ortiz. So that's like a faction, I guess, there. So Mance Warner getting booked in ROH. Okay, good for him.
Great match of STP with big matches tonight, including Lee Moriarty defending the ROH Pure Champion.
Oh, there's more guys in STP. Lee Moriarty's great too, and he's also in the crew. Holy fuck.
Versus Ace Austin.
You would just say DX. DX is gonna face the Nation tonight. X-Pac in action. You know what I'm saying?
Fedora is participating in the main event, a huge match with the ROH Women's World Champion, the Fallen Goddess Athena, the Forever Champion.
Oh my God!
So-called.
Now someone's fucking vacuuming in the background, and then again, it's just one individual. Megan Bain, the Fallen Goddess, the Forever Champion, the Athena and shit. You know what I mean? Like 17 names for individuals as well. Like, bro, no one gets over when you do that.
Refers to herself as the champion Athena versus.
Holy shit! I jumped ahead like 12 seconds. Tone's just getting to the point that he was talking about Athena. Oh my God! What the fuck, man?
A former protege Maya World, her current protege Billy Starks. Trish Adora of STP in the infantry.
He's just getting to Trish Adora, and then he goes Trish Adora of STP and the infantry. Still talking about these fucking factions, dude. Naming members and shit. Who's this for? Anyone watching this doesn't care or fucking doesn't know what you're talking about or knows already this shit, and you don't need to repeat it 100 times. And it doesn't get this person more over. It would be more over if you were like, holy fuck. Welcome, everybody. Tonight is AEW Collision, and Trish Adora's in action. STP's throughout the whole card. The infantry are on the card. Shane Taylor's on the fucking card, and they're throwing down tonight. Make sure you tune in. These are tremendous wrestlers. Next person gets a #1 contender shot. Fuck, man, you just be excited about it and sell them on the game. Just listing. This is what I mean. Tone marks out about the overrun. Because overruns were cool to oh man, did you hear Raw did an overrun? That was what was on the no DQ message boards. Oh, this faction and that faction. It's E-Fed Mark fucking shit that he marks out about, and he thinks that that's what all wrestling fans fucking mark out about.
And Yuka Sakazaki, the great international star.
What?
And a woman who qualified.
What is that, like a fucking cocktail? Oh, go.
For this match last night, replacing the injured Persephone.
Shout out JD.
Unfortunately, Persephone, she's out of tonight's Supercard of Honor pay-per-view. She's out of Double or Nothing, but she'll be back in June to compete in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. And Zeta Steel is going to be the replacement. Zeta Steel participating in this match, representing Skyflight. Should be an awesome match, the survival of the fittest match, as Athena defends the world title in the main event of ROH Supercard of Honor tonight. I'm very excited for the show. We saw a new TV champion, Card of Honor. I can't wait for that. So much great action to come on Supercard of Honor tonight.
Dude, he keeps saying Supercard of Honor tonight. So much great action. Just edit all that shit out, dude, and make a 1-minute fucking clip.
Of course, recently we've been unable to get some of our great stars here. Namely,
why? Because he last minute books everything. Recently, we haven't been able, no long-term booking, so he has to hit up who's in town and who's around. And that's why Swerve does a run-in to continue his feud with Bandito on fucking ROH. Because ROH fans should just be happy Swerve showed up. That's an AEW star. Fucking worst booker ever.
Commander and Beast Mordos. We've been trying
Commander and Beast Mordos.
To get them appointments. I'm still.
What is this, fucking Mortal Kombat?
Still trying to get a detail on when these guys are going to have their visas to come back to ROH and AEW. It complicates.
Then why are you talking about that? We are plugging Supercard of Honor tonight. Oh man, I really hope these guys can get their visas. Why is that in the video? So do the fans.
Things as Beast Mordos is one half of the ROH World Tag Team Champions with Sammy Guevara. And I want them to defend the titles. So if they won't let Beast Mordos in here, well, Sammy Guevara is going to go down to Mexico. Sammy Guevara and Beast Mordos will defend the ROH.
Oh, no. Poor Sammy Guevara's been fucking banished to Mexico, dude. Oh, my God.
Tag Team Championships down in CMLL very soon. Hopefully next we're going to have Sammy and Beast Mortos defending the tag team
Still going on about Sammy and Beast Mortos and the tag title.
Great matches. Roosh is here. Roosh will be in action, and his good friend and partner, Sammy Guevara, will be in singles action.
You were just talking about how Mortos is Guevara's partner. Holy.
Without his partner in the World Tag Team Champions, Beast Mortos here, Action Andretti will be wrestling Sammy for free on the 0 Hour. You get a free 5 hours from right now for AEW Saturday Night Collision right here live tomorrow. But coming up tonight.
Holy fuck! He goes, we'll see you in 5 hours from now. But tomorrow, we'll see you for Supercard of Honor. But tonight, right now, it's like, bro, quit time copping on everyone. Time cop!
Wrestling's not fake!
Bro! Are you talking about fucking tomorrow? Or are you talking about tonight? Or are you talking about yesterday? The fuck you talking about? He's just time cop swerving on everybody. How can anyone even retain this and go, yeah, I'm real excited for this? Holy shit.
Don't miss one of these awesome ROH shows everyone's always talking about. You can order on...
You have 700 fucking people on the roster. Go find the hottest girl on your roster. Say, hey, in 1 minute, say, this is what match is coming. Fucking get one of these. Alicia Tout. You fucking pay her money. You never see her. Put her in front of the camera and say, quickly do 1 minute reels for each of these matches. And throughout the day leading up to it, we'll drop a fucking reel for each match with you hyping it up in under 60 seconds. What the fuck is wrong?
ROH.com right now. You can watch the 0 Hour for free. It's going to be an amazing show, and it starts minutes from right now.
Jesus Christ. There's a little kid in there. Mister, are you done talking to yourself? So now Tone moves across the school, right? And he's hanging out in front of the big boy lockers. He's like, and this is the next day. And he's like, oh, actually, let me do it over here this time. Or he's like on his knees in this one. Don't film me from the waist down. I'm going to go on my knees for this one. So here's Tone. This one's 6 minutes long. Again, we're going to skim it. It's too much Tone.
It's great to see you. I'm so excited.
It's great to see you. I'm so excited. It sounds like when you phone up the fucking... You're phoning up like it's like a robot operator. You're phoning up somewhere and you get the fucking machine going, our business hours are between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. It's great to hear from you. Press 1 for, you know what I mean? It sounds like something like that.
We are minutes away from Saturday Night Collision. It's going to be an awesome night. It has been...
And look at his finger. He's doing like the, hey, gabagoo, I'm over here now.
Already an eventful day backstage.
I'm fucking Italian now.
Here at AEW. There's a world championship fight tonight. Of course, Sammy Guevara, the former 3-time TNT champion, came in. He has asked for a shot.
Still talking about Sammy Guevara. Still talking a day later, 24 hours straight, just fucking wind him up like a toy. And he's just Sammy Guevara, Sammy Guevara.
Darby Allin, Sammy has beaten Darby multiple times.
Wow, yeah, the guy you banished to ROH Mexico to defend his fucking tag title, everyone's forgot about, is beat your world champ. Let's remind everybody of that. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Some incredible matches on AEW Dynamite, on AEW Rampage.
On Rampage? On Rampage? Wait a minute. Rampage? Wait. You mean 100,000 viewer Rampage?
Wrestling's not fake!
In 2026. But he's talking about Rampage.
And they've had great matches on pay-per-view. And certainly with their great history for the first time ever, I think it's going to be awesome when they lock up on Collision tonight. Now,
imagine being like, oh yeah, they had great battles on Shotgun Saturday night. Hey, you guys remember Velocity? They did battle there a bunch. What? Rampage?
Last week on Collision, Darby had an incredible
Time Cop. Remember that show? I was just in the locker room doing one of these videos back in time before we got canceled to prevent us from getting canceled. Because these help so much, Time Cop.
match at Fairway to Hell. He's been on this amazing to end in the
Think about you post this and 5,000 people watch it. Like you're a billionaire. I post a video about fucking Conrad Thompson arguing with Dave Meltzer. It gets more than 5,000 views. Like, this is crazy.
ring. I want no countouts. I love it. I think Darby and Sammy is a fantastic match. No countouts. So, it's gonna be
So just because I don't want any countouts, just because I've never done that, it's great. What the fuck, man? This guy is cooked. Tone is cooked.
world title. Darby has accepted that open challenge match in this building last night. The Ring of Honor World TV Champion Red Velvet has accepted that open contract. It'll be Red Velvet versus Willow tonight.
So another open. Oh, so Darby's in an open challenge, and now Red Velvet Cake is in an open challenge and an open contract. Actually, it's an open contract. Holy man, Tone, you need new ideas.
Of course, Willow's going on to Double or Nothing next weekend in the Owen Hart tournament versus Alex Windsor. And we know that Red Velvet has beaten Willow in the Owen before. And if Red Velvet gets a win tonight, Red Velvet could be the new TBS champion minutes from now on AEW Collision. Of course, a member of the conglomeration, Willow Nightingale, will be fighting tonight, and we've got multiple conglomeration in the house.
Every fucking time it's, we it's someone from this faction, and then here's 12 more people, and then I'm just going to talk about the faction for a bit, and you're all going to be confused because only 2 of them are wrestling tonight, but I'm going to talk about everyone else
Tonight, because 2/3 of the World Trio
2/3 of the
champions, Orange Cassidy and Kyle O'Reilly, are here.
So instead of just having all 3/3 of the fucking of the trios champion, only 2/3 of them are here, and they're gonna team up with 1/4 of the fucking of the Callis family or whatever. It's such garbage.
Along with a hometown hero, Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe and Orange Cassidy came out last night and stopped STP from disrupting the celebration.
STP again.
Dalton Castle and the Outrunners. So I thought it would be very.
Dalton Castle's just with the Outrunners because the Outrunners are just with whatever random single star or other tag team instead of just being themselves in the tag division. And Dalton Castle, instead of having him with the boys, are pushing him back when people thought he should have been pushed. The way he should have been pushed. Tone just fucking sat on that, dude. So here, you guys like Vibrant Colors, you're a trios now. Then there's just a million trios, but yet we're unable to establish a trios division. So we're going to make people trios and just put all these random fucking trios together, but we're going to have 2/3 of the trios champs team up with another guy just to fucking in a trios match. It's like, what are we doing, buddy? I just don't know.
Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Very fitting tonight to have this great match, guaranteed a shot at the World Six-Man Champions.
What the fuck? So now he's talking about the World Six-Man Champs, and if you win this match, you get a guaranteed shot, even though you're 2/3 of a trios champ from another fed.
Now, Mark Briscoe's in this match tonight with the conglomeration. Of course, Mark Briscoe Wednesday night is going to be in a big match with Tommaso Ciampa. And Tommaso Ciampa is here tonight. Tommaso Ciampa is in the house. And I know that Briscoe and Ciampa hate each other. It's been a very tense situation. They may not want to wait till Wednesday. They may fight tonight. So I'm excited for that. There's a lot of great action tonight.
So you're just spoiling your show and okay.
Of course.
Why would you say that? It's because he writes the show and then he thinks I'm going to tease everything. Bro, let me tune into the show and see them get in a fight with each other.
They work very closely together. Don and Ricochet play golf. And to be honest, I play golf sometimes with Don and Ricochet.
Oh my! I play golf sometimes in the middle of a match. I play golf so often that I actually just did a show from a golf course, so I could get a few holes in.
But Don and Ricochet, they're always conspiring. They have some thoughts on this Stadium Stampede match. They're going to be fighting the men who battled in the original Stadium Stampede match: Chris Jericho, Kenny Omega, the Elite, the Young Bucks.
Oh, you just named 15 people. Let me just name like 15 people.
Chris Jericho and the Hurt Syndicate against the Demand, and the Demand, of course, led by Ricochet, Dom's good friend. The Demand were bested in the Mile High Madness by the Rascals and the Elite.
No one fucking cares. Nobody cares, bro.
The Rascals are here tonight. They had a very impressive page. So tonight, the trio of the Rascals, who've been very impressive and hold a win in the Mile High Madness in one of these crazy party matches against the Demand. We've got a great match tonight. Don has got the Dogs, his partners in this match.
Oh my God. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Don's got the Dogs who are a different team. They're not in this team. It's a different team. And I'm confused right now because I was talking about the Rascals and they have a multi-man mayhem match, even though they're not in the Stadium Stampede. But the Dogs are. And they're in this match, which I'm not talking about the Mayhem Stadium Stampede match. I'm talking about this match. And they're not the same faction, but they're teaming up. It's great. Holy fuck, Tone. You've lost the plot, buddy. You're looping and you've completely, this is all for you. This is Tone living out a Mark fantasy to the max.
They're going to team with the AEW National Champion, Mark Davis, against the Rascals. And again, the Rascals have best.
So the Dogs are going to team with Mark Davis against the Rascals. Why didn't you just say that? And why are all these trios when you could just be having a trios division? Why do they all just split into two who team up with a rando and then the other one just flounders?
The Demand in the Mile High Madness, and tonight.
And then he keeps talking about Mile High Madness, Mile High Madness. That was like fucking 4 weeks ago. So what the fuck? That was like 2 months ago, dude. So why you keep bringing that up like people remember it? Like the 5,000 people who watch this even remember that.
The Rascals have got a great chance.
Fuck, man. What are you promoting?
And we'll see. Will Mark Davis and the Dogs be on the same page going into the Stadium Stampede? It's going to be an awesome Double or Nothing. I cannot wait for that show.
What? That's
an Owen Hart Foundation matches are going to be amazing. Huge night of fights at Double or Nothing. Of course, Will Ospreay versus Samoa Joe.
So now he's talking about Double or Nothing. This is like a week removed from Double or Nothing when he posted this.
I can't wait for that. And Samoa Joe's got his Jay Lethal and Lethal's new protege, Lee Johnson, the Lethal Twist.
Oh, the Lethal Twist, Lethal's protege. Here's Tone's booking idea for all the old ROH guys. Now they all have proteges. You're a fucking hack, buddy.
Versus the Ops. So cool. We've got Samoa Joe fighting on a Saturday night, and I can't wait for the big pay-per-view fight next week with Will Ospreay, Samoa Joe. Don't miss a huge AEW Collision. This is going to be a really fun show. I love a great live Collision, and it's coming.
And then
up.
he did a 15-minute overrun on an hour-long overrun. Like it was Dynamite, then Collision tonight, then a 15-minute overrun. Like, what are you doing?
Minutes from right now, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, tonight.
Boo.
Are you sure about that?
Everybody boo this, man. That's fucking dreadful, dude. Holy shit, dude. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the best guys, Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Okay, guys. We've been going late tonight. We've been going longer than I thought, but let's breeze through. There's a lot of WWE news here. I don't know if we're even going to get to all this, motherfuckers. Let's do it. Let's run through this, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Hit like, hit subscribe. You can super chat in, become a member for 99 cents. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, okay? If you want to support the show, share the show around, retweet, hit heart or whatever if you're on X, whatever you're doing. I will end this poll though. Before we do, we're gonna do speed round WWE news. The poll in the chat says, what pay-per-view PLE are you most excited for? 83% of y'all said WWE Saturday Night's Main Event, over 17% who said Double or Nothing. So there you go. I'll leave the results there. for you guys. Okay, so Io Sky announces, actually here, let me hit the drop. Let's rewind. Hip. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE. So Io Sky says Mr. and Mrs. She tied the knot with Evil, who just came to America. Whoa, Naraku. So they are officially married. And unfortunately, she lost Asuka and Kyrie, but Io gains her husband there, who is, they're now married, and good for them. That's fucking amazing. And he's a bit of an older guy. I don't suspect we see him in NXT for too long, just being perfectly honest. Speaking of guys that we could be seeing back in WWE sooner rather than later, WWE Shop is selling the used Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal trophy from when Baron Corbin destroyed the trophy in 2022. So that's interesting. It's like, what a weird little tidbit or thing that they're selling. And I'm not saying this in any way is connected, but all of a sudden Baron Corbin has reportedly been in talks, and this is according to the Observer, and he's been talked about a return to WWE. Now, this is a guy I did not see them making the fucking call and again, this is Observer, but I didn't see this being a guy that they would ever bring back, just being honest. And the skyscrapers kind of rule in MLW, but it's like, if Baron Corbin does come back, I'm not sitting here like, we need to see Corbin and shit. It's crazy that like Motor City gets fucking fired, and then we hear rumors that they're trying to help build the fucking tag division back better or whatever, which is stupid statement. But then Corbin comes back, but he did some good shit with Happy Corbin and all that. And I don't know, he's a legit guy. Maybe he's just down to lay down for a bunch of people. Maybe they see him doing something in NXT. Maybe, who fucking knows? And this could all just be made up bullshit, but more came out on this. Okay. And I'm not sitting here going, yeah, dude, Corbin deserves a big major run and push in WWE right now. But if he's there like a Cardona, like I won't be triggered by it or whatever. Corbin, I'm surprised though, I'm just surprised. And who knows who's there to bat for him, or if they have some great fucking idea. But again, they're signing older people and shit. They're looking at some of these people who were released. Don't be shocked if a wild Dakota Kai appears, and that's why we haven't seen her in AEW full-time and shit. So Baron Corbin returning to WWE has been internally speculated in recent weeks, so Fightful backs this shit up. While it is far from confirmed, several within the company indicated they wouldn't be surprised to see him return. So, of course, Fightful just needs to jump in and go, yeah, it's nowhere near confirmed, but like, yeah, man, it could happen totally. And so we move along here, and there's another update on Baron Corbin, right? And he has finished up his obligations with some companies that he had been working with regularly. This is from 3 hours ago, according to Fightful, including MLW. He is believed to be either signed by WWE or will be imminently, according to those that were spoken to. So what the fuck does Corbin do? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments down below. What does Corbin do? I just don't get it. Is he like a top dog in the main event mix? I just really don't. You have Carmelo Hayes there and some guys who are kind of floundering and shit. Are they going to bring him in to lose the Trick Willie gang? I just don't know, dude. I don't know what you do with him, but clearly there's a plan. If they let go of the whole Wyatt Six, but they're bringing him in, there better be a fucking plan. You know what I mean? Or else what the hell is this? So in other, former WWE star news or just people coming and going, there's a lot of that. But Enzo Amore was backstage at the WWE Performance Center recently and was there yesterday ahead of last night's NXT. This is according to False Finish HQ, which is like Corey Hayes from Body Slam started this new thing, I think, False Finish, or whatever the fuck. And dude, Enzo Amore needs to come back. Big Bill's contract as well is allegedly coming up right away in June or sooner than that. And I'm telling you, man, Triple H fucking loved these guys. I'm telling you right now, Enzo Amore and Big Bill or Big Cass, do it, you fucking cowards. Don't be SAWFT Swift.
Hey. Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
And all I'm saying is this, man. Imagine WWE, because we get these reports right here, right? WWE reportedly does not have much real interest in signing outside tag teams for their tag team divisions. And this, according to Brian Alvarez, could be bullshit. They are rather looking to focus instead on newly built teams like The Miz and Kit Wilson, and teams likely being called up from NXT soon. And I'll say this, that means more individuals, right? Like, yes, you have your odd Hank and Tank, but it does mean more individuals just being paired up. Now, I don't really like that, but where can that be a good thing? Well, Miz and Kid are knocking it out of the park. Where can that be a good thing? Well, the Lucha Bros might get teamed up. Where can that be a good thing? In situations like this, and follow me here. So imagine WWE, and again, like, oh, we're looking to bring in tag teams, but we're not fucking with Motor City because we have to develop them and turn them into stars. Or has anybody checked on Dijak? The rumors are he likes to fucking
Wrestling's not fake.
Maybe they bring Corbin and Dijak in as the Skyscrapers. Or maybe not that, but maybe that's the team. They bring them in together. Maybe they're bringing Cass and Enzo in because those are big fucking names, guys that are already proven. They have merch. They fucking own the IP. They can bring them back in. They can be in the tag division, and they get people excited that way. And they're more focused on guys they know that are proven that they can use as not only individuals when need be, but as tags, and they focus on that. And because we know Dijak, people wanted to see him get pushed, and he could be an individual. Corbin can. We know Enzo can. We know Cass can. So maybe they're just like, yeah, fuck it. We'll bring back these guys that we know can work. We put them on TV. They're ready. We don't got to develop them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have fucking name brand value here already. We just shock the system, if you will, with our tag division. Fuck. I mean, that could be what they're doing right now. And again, this is purely speculation, but if this is true, if what they're talking about, oh, they want to put together like vets, like these singles who are together, or people in NXT. So who's in NXT that isn't just, so Hank and Tank, like the Vanity Project, who are we talking about here? The remaining members of Dark State? I don't know, but it's interesting to say the least. So in other news, right? Cain Velasquez, Dave Meltzer says Cain Velasquez has not returned to AAA since WWE acquired the promotion. According to Meltzer, if WWE hadn't purchased the company, Velasquez would be there wrestling. So Dave's a fucking liar. He doesn't know shit.
Liar!
And we don't know what Kane would be doing if WWE didn't own AAA. How the fuck do you know he wouldn't talk to WWE about just being a part of WWE? He's also involved in the MVP shit, so maybe it has to do with that. Because they're going head-to-head with TKO. Have you ever thought about that, Dave? You goddamn moron? He'd be in AAA what? Why would he be there? It's lunacy when he just says shit like this that he doesn't know for sure. But we move along here. And speaking of some of the veterans or people returning to WWE, Brock Lesnar's fucking back. We're not going to pull a Memba Monday, but he glommed Oba and hit him with 4 F5s, dude. So he glommed them. Crowd goes crazy.
Oh my God! It's the Beast! F5!
Now, it's just like I fucking said. Fans are sitting here crying, pretending that they were duped or they're hard done by. And I don't even know if we're calling these people fans. These are just people in the IWC. They're upset that Brock's back.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And it's just like, dude, Brock, that was his last Mania. So everyone's like, oh, it appears it's his real retirement. Or maybe he'll come back at SummerSlam. Even I said it. Listen, if that's not the end, it's very close to. Enjoy what you get of Brock, and it's TKO, so they're gonna definitely offer him money to wrestle at SummerSlam. That's without question. It's just if he chooses to do it or not, and that was for sure his last fucking Mania. And maybe it's not even his last Mania, actually. It might not even actually be his last. Like, who knows? He could show up in a year or two. The Saudis might, but that was like his last Mania in America. That was probably his last Mania. SummerSlam, he's probably done. But now it's this story, and oh my God, I can't believe he's fucking back, and everybody's crying about it. Oh, so they just bring him back right away. TKO doesn't know what they're doing. Or is it that Brock does what he wants to do, and he knows that's his last Mania, so he took his gloves and boots off? And you're a fucking cuck idiot. God damn it. Okay? So this was awesome. Crowd goes insane, and I'm like, oh, they're going to save it for SummerSlam. No, dude. At Clash in Italy, they're fucking throwing down. So I think the part 3, I think Brock will get his win back in Italy, and I think the part fucking 3 goes down at SummerSlam in a cage, in Hell in a Cell, something crazy, whatever Brock wants to do. And then Oba wins, and they go a little longer, right? So this next one will be Brock like cheating or finding a way, whatever. And then Oba, then the next one is Oba, no holds barred, last man standing, or fucking whatever, I quit, or fucking in a cage, or Hell in a Cell, or no holds barred, false count, or whatever they choose to do. And then Oba beats him, puts the stamp on it. They shake hands. Fucking Brock actually retires. That's how it goes down. And it was the heelish shit ever. Ever. That's why Brock got so much heat. Listen to the crowd. Listen to the fucking crowd, dude. That's why that got so much heat. Because that's the weaseliest shit ever. Pretending you retired and then not. So it worked brilliantly. And, so there you go. Brock leaves him laying the first time ever in their little feud, right? Their little feud. It's like the biggest fucking feud ever. And in other roster news, nobody coming or going here, but Chelsea Green played Shelby alongside the cast of Blue Ridge. So check out Blue Ridge Season 2 on INSP TV. INSP TV, whatever the fuck that is. Shout out Chelsea Green. And yeah, let's rip through some of these here. So Mike Straw posted this exclusive. WWE 2K developers hit hardest by Visual Concepts layoffs, and there won't be a follow-up to 2K25 Netflix edition. So 2K25 was on Netflix, dude. You could play it on there. They're not doing that for this year. It seems as though they're dumping a bunch of content they had fucking planned and stuff for 2K26. So this game actually might end up ruling when all's said and done. But at the same time, if we don't get a 2K27, don't be shocked. Do not be shocked. They might skip a year again because of this. They got hit huge. Another update. Sources say that the Ringside Pass rollout was a disaster internally with a lot of finger pointing. And it was. And some people can cope over that all they want. The Ringside Pass is garbage for 2K. I'm fucking sorry, dude. It's a wrestling game. Like, don't do us like that. Unless you go, here's the Ringside Pass. It's just fun, extra, like, banners and shit. And like, you got to cut back on the My Faction. My Faction, there should have been finger pointing years ago. People should be laid off for that shit. It's fucking garbage. If you pay for a fucking game, you get all the personas. If you pre-order the shit, it should be all the personas you get automatically on top of whatever the fuck. And then keep My Faction around for the people who don't pre-order it or pay for the deluxe. Okay, they got to grind out the person. If that's how you want to do it, fine. Because that's actual incentive of like, okay, I'm fucking paying a little extra. But it's just bullshit. They gouged an arm and a leg for a fucking game that, again, they try to roll out this fucking Ringside Pass. It's stupid, dude. And now they're just dumping all the content on it. So now people are like, Ringside Pass is pretty cool. Yeah, because they fixed it. They had to make it where it's easy to just unlock everything now. And you just unlock everything like you should have from the start. So it's because it was what? A bad fucking idea. So enough about getting fired. If you want to get hired by WWE, international talent scout Jim Smallman Small man. Oh shit, I thought that was Brian Alvarez there for a sec. Explains how to get in touch with him and what he wants wrestlers to send him. One recent match, no more than 3 months old. One recent promo, probably the same criteria. 2 recent photographs. Your CV, resume, including all that I asked for: age, height, weight, experience, languages, athletic background, anything else of interest. So all the same shit as Vince, except for Vince would have there a disclaimer and do you like poop on your head? Yeah. Yeah. So we move along here. And, we're talking about legends. Randy Orton, he shuts down Dave Meltzer's reports claiming he's off TV due to a back injury. And he actually isn't shooting it down. So again, you see a lot of the wackos online. They're like, see, fucking Dave got pwned and it's not real and blah, blah, blah. Listen, everybody knows that Randy Orton has a neck and back injury that he almost never came back to wrestling from. And if you have a neck injury, it greatly affects your back. And if you have a back injury, it can greatly affect your neck and vice versa. And your legs, when you have a fucking back or neck injury, it can fucking affect your arms and your legs and shit. So Randy Orton doesn't necessarily shoot it down. But Dave saying this is just playing catch up. Like, yeah, this is why Randy Orton's on an extremely part-time schedule, if you fuckers haven't noticed. This is why he spends a month in Saudi before the fucking, he's out with his wife spending a month in Saudi. He shows up every now and again like he has been. Why? Because he's almost done because his back and neck are fucked. Right? But saying like he has a back injury. Well, yeah, it almost fucking ended. His neck and back are cooked. It almost ended his career. He almost never came back. So Orton just says, LMAO, just milking it, guys. Leave me alone. I'm trying to enjoy my summer before I come back and take that number 15. And that's the thing. He's trying to enjoy his summer. So why is he getting the summer off? Because, yeah, he is hurt. But it's not like he's sitting there. Like, it's an ongoing, never-ending back injury he has to deal with the rest of his fucking life. That's what back injuries are for the most part. Okay? So Orton's a legend. He's taking time off, and he's just milking his comeback. Yes, because of an injury, but it's not like what Dave was saying right now. He has a new back injury, like the way Dave words shit, because he's a fucking con artist. Try and get clicks. So WWE filed to trademark WWE Hard Hitters. It's video game related, so hopefully it's from fucking the 2K devs smacking each other in the heads like fucking Curly and Mo and shit from the Three Stooges for how bad they fucked up 2K. So CM Punk was in the house for 130 pounds tonight. And he was watching all the fights, man. He was there for the prelims and all that good shit. Speaking of MMA, a number of WWE talents will be going to the UFC event at the White House next month. It was said the plan is for them to take part in a fan festival set for that weekend. And like Charlotte Flair went on record and was like, I didn't realize I was even going to the White House. I thought I was going to a fan signing. Like I was just free for that date, whatever. So people can cope how they want. Chelsea Green was getting attacked. Oh, I think that the check cleared because Chelsea Green's going to the White House. And it's like, quit being a pussy. Like, she doesn't need to co-sign everything the White House does. You don't need to co-sign everything the president does to still be patriotic and to still love America and to still say, listen, I want my president to succeed. I might not agree with everything, but perhaps what I do advocate for can be amplified by this opportunity. It's just a respect thing. And you should be proud to be an American. Like, I'm a fucking Canadian. I'm proud to be a Canadian. You should be proud to be American. If you're from fucking Japan, you should be proud to be Japanese. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And people who want to fucking tell you there's something wrong with that is fucking stupid. Chelsea Green is the most like, she advocates for, people are like, oh, she's SJW Chelsea Green and stuff. That shouldn't fucking matter. You shouldn't attack her for that. She shouldn't have to defend it. It's fucking stupid. The Usos, Braun Breaker, Tiffany Stratton, The Miz, Charlotte Flair. And this is the problem with society. Everyone's so fucking cooked, dumb, and retarded that they think you have to agree with me 100% or else you're fucking evil and you can't even go to the White House. What the fuck? It's mental. It's mental. It's fucking insane. To the point now where sports teams win the fucking a championship, they go to the White House. Now it's like this taboo thing. And it's just because this is why. You're a mental retard from fucking too much Twitter. And I hate to be so vulgar and crude about it, but it's what it is. You are fucking, I mean the word in the literal sense, like retardant. Like you have fucking slowed your ability to even be a rational human being by too much social media. You're brain rotted. Okay? That's what the fuck has happened to society as a whole, to where you need to cancel. So Chelsea doesn't believe in what she believes in because she goes to the White House. That's crazy. It doesn't matter who's in office. Okay? And this is a crazy thing to even be a big fucking deal. Okay? And again, it's the whole Mick Foley thing. He'll go take Tony Khan's money that would otherwise be donated to Trump's administration by the Khan family, but he can't work with WWE. Oh no, but meanwhile, he still collects a WWE check. Gives a fuck, man. Jesus Christ. So during today's town hall, WWE Town Hall, Nick Khan and Paul Levesque discussed the return of WWE live events this summer, explaining to the employees that they've discovered house shows are important for young talents to get reps in the ring and to experiment and try things in front of different live crowds. So it's like, no shit, Trips. Where the fuck have you been for the last little while? They stated it would be a balance of younger talents getting more experience in front of fans with established stars performing. So again, you'll get like a Finn versus Dom, and then you'll get like the NXT people that they're thinking about calling up soon. You know, they noted they wanted to find the right balance so as not set talents up for injuries. Holy fuck, PWI or Wrestle Purists, get it together. But yeah, they don't want like all of their guys getting hurt, but there's something to be said about like you need your fucking body to be calloused in this pro wrestling shit, you know? And so there's a perfect balance to be had. And speaking of TKO execs, you know, Dave Meltzer says Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro have purchased a small stake in the Las Vegas Raiders, which again, Niccolo Piccolo fucking virtually predicted. But Dana White was thinking about it before. And I think the Fertittas, do they own a stake or were they just thinking about it as well? I can't remember, but Ari Emanuel and Mark Shapiro purchased a small stake in the Las Vegas Raiders. So when the Raiders face the Jaguars, we'll see how Tone copes about that. Let's see if he pulls up in a neck brace. In other news, Night of Champions, Saturday, June 27. And it was mentioned at WWE's Town Hall that WWE still plans on going to Saudi Arabia in June for Night of Champions. I don't know, buddy. That's pushing it, man. That's fucking pushing it. If I was a talent, I would just be like, I ain't fucking going, you know, unless this whole thing is, or maybe it's not a threat. I don't know. I'm not like geopolitical. I don't know what's going on with the war and all of that, but it's just like, man, don't risk it for that biscuit, man. So regarding Saudi Arabia, we are told they said the June event is still on, as are other events down the line, and they are not concerned about going there. Of course, you got to save face. Everything's fine. Move along, people. Nothing to see here. You know what I'm saying? Officer Bar Brady, let's move along, people. Nothing to say here. So, Becky Lynch versus Sol Ruca. They have jumbled it around a bit. It went from a non-title match, then later changed to a title match, and now once again is being advertised as a non-title match. Here's proof of that. And yeah, I don't know, WWE, get your shit together. It doesn't matter because nobody fucking cares about Becky Lynch with this title right now. And they haven't done the best job with Sol Ruca, but they need to shake things up a little bit. I don't know how they do that. They need less women's titles, I think. And sorry if you guys think that's sexist. They need less men's titles too, but just the women's IC and the women's US, like get fucking rid of those and have one or the other, and then have them go on both shows. It's just not compelling shit. Saturday night's main event is going down. We'll be watching it this weekend for Sicko Saturday. And we're probably going to have to do double or nothing as well. Maybe Saturday we'll set a small super chat goal. If we reach it, I'll pop on for double or nothing. But yeah, we'll preview this on Saturday. We'll go over and we'll do Phil's picks. And in NXT, Nikki Blackheart made her NXT debut in a dark match, and her name is Martinez. People sleuthed out why her name is that, but it's her real last name, and the significance also could be a tribute to her late mom who adopted her when she was 12. So Nikki Blackheart and Mason Rook are two of the four people who are included in like NXT's class of whatever the fuck, or like the newest trainees or whatever. And shout them out. Nikki Blackheart's going to make waves, man. She's the truth. And speaking of the truth, man, Shaquan Sugars has been kicked out of Dark State, so they jumped his ass out of Dark State. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, get him.
And that's good because he's got the most sauce and he is going to do fucking tremendous as a solo star. And I think people thought Dion Lennox was going to be the guy to sort of break off more, and then they kind of swerved with Sugars being kicked out. But either way, he's going to do well. And yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, was Speed Round WW fucking E news. Sorry for melting down on everybody and calling you all tards, but I'm just, the IWC just never ceases to fucking so people are saying Ludwig Kaiser just got arrested in Florida. Let's check this out. Let's see really quickly here. Ludwig Kaiser. So to wrap things up before we get out of here, folks, Ludwig Kaiser was reportedly arrested earlier today in Orange County, Florida, on a battery charge. So he just whooped some dude's ass, or this is the problem, man. He can get into Mexico, no problem, but he can't fuck up this Grandes de Noches. And then you see these fucking bot tards, man. Tony Khan, make this man all elite. Give Ludwig Kaiser an AW render and give him a nice smile. Like, why? Why, man? You guys the AEW fans suck a lot of the time. Ludwig Kaiser's arrest today was in Orange County. It's accurate. It was said the battery charge was against a male after an altercation, not a domestic situation, as some are speculating. Yeah, so he just slapped the shit out of some asshole talking shit or hitting on his girl or something, dude, especially in Florida. Like, I just hope this doesn't fuck up the match that goes down in Mexico. That really needs to happen, and that I've been more hyped for that mask versus mask than anything. Triple A's fucking curse. First Del Rio, now Kaiser. So he was arrested today. I don't need to pull up all of his stuff, but we don't know what it is, man. Like, here's the thing. Someone could have, like, maybe he instigated a fight or he spazzed out or something and got mad at somebody over a parking spot. Like, that could all be true. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. You're in Florida. You're like this kind of small, like you're ripped up, but you look like an average German dude. You look like fucking Ari Matti. No, you look like Ari Matti's older brother. No. And then your girl is like a fucking 12 out of 10. One of these fucking streamers in Miami. No, but like one of these assholes in, where were they? It was Orange County, I guess. So, but one of these dudes like hits on your girl. He smacks the guy out, and then the guy calls the cops or something. Like, I'm just completely making this up, but that could totally be what happened, just as much as people thinking it's DV. Bitch, it would say DV, wouldn't it? So, yeah, he got in a fight with a guy. The guy called the cops on him or something. Now, maybe he just attacked some guy furiously and was fucking, I'm just going to fucking beat this guy up because my shit don't stink and I'm a WWE superstar. Sure. Okay, maybe. I just don't know if he gives off those vibes, but all I can say is this. Lock him up, criminal! You're a fucking criminal. No. And ladies and gentlemen, that was W. I wonder if he put a plate in his lucha mask and then flying headbutted the guy. Ladies and germs, I want to thank you for being here. We did a late one, 4.5 hours almost. Can you believe it? I didn't think we'd go that long. I appreciate you all. I will see you all for Sicko Saturday. No Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment tomorrow, but there will be a bonus episode 100% on Patreon. So make sure you guys sign up for the fucking Patreon. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. I will see you on the next one, guys. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call